Welcome to Copenhagen, host city for Electronomus, the International Mobility Summit. A vibrant metropolis and one of the world's most livable cities. Blessed with bundles of Scandinavian charm, this harbour city frequently tops the rankings for quality of life. With Copenhagen's strong focus on sustainability and its ambition to be carbon neutral by 2025, we are delighted to call it home for the next 2 years. Copenhagen is a lively capital city with a cosy feel, a cultural hub that's simple to navigate. Airport transfer to the city centre takes just 12 minutes by metro, with hotels and the event venue all within easy reach of public transport lines. Explore every inch of the city like a local. The streets are bicycle friendly, with dedicated bike lanes shared by tourists and commuters alike. Meet government and city managers, policymakers, mobility startups, micro-mobility companies, venture capitalists, investors, and the shapeshifters leading the charge in this new era of mobility and smart city technology. Discover world-renowned Danish design, architecture, fashion, museums, lush parklands, or take a swim in the harbour. Top it off with new Nordic cuisine, served at Michelin-starred restaurants and street food markets. You can find it all in Copenhagen. Electronomus, future mobility, livable cities and sustainable transport. Join our global community. Live in Copenhagen and online at electronomus.com.
Hello and welcome to Day 5 of Electronomus 2021, the International Mobility Summit. I'm your host, June Young, live from the capital of Denmark, Copenhagen. I'd like to start off by saying thank you to those of you who came to the Bella Center last night for our in-person event. It was very nice for us to meet face to face. And we also know that many of you wanted to join us but couldn't, as travel might still be an issue right now. But don't worry, next year we hope to have this summit fully in person. Fingers crossed, when international travel completely opens up again, so we can also cater to our global audience. As it is Day 5 of the event, we urge you to maximize your experience here in this summit by using all the features we have on this platform, like the Expo tab to check out our partners and the Networking tab to link up with other attendees. I have told you on Day 1 that our mission here is to create an inspirational and engaging platform for the global mobility and smart city community. So, we hope that you have been inspired after hearing from all the global thought leaders, policymakers, stakeholders, and disruptors for the past 4 days. And we promise more content coming your way for our closing day. So to kick off the last day of the International Mobility Summit 2021, we bring to you a micro-mobility company that was founded right here in Copenhagen. If you walk down the streets here, chances are you'll see them everywhere. It's Donkey Republic, a bike and e-bike sharing service who are now in 60 cities in Europe. They offer an affordable and responsible turnkey solution to kickstart bike shares in short time, especially favored by small and medium-sized cities. So to discuss the topic, micromobility, and how can cities aim for the best outcomes, we welcome the founder and CEO of Donkey Republic, Erdem Ovacik, who will be moderating this session, where he is joined by Risom, partner and chief innovation officer at Gehl Architect, and Koen, Kennis, deputy mayor of Antwerp. Hello, gentlemen.
Hi, June. Thanks for a wonderful introduction.
Most welcome. Over to you.
Yeah, we will have a 35-minute session here. We have wonderful 2 guests, Koen, vice mayor of Antwerpen, as you mentioned, and Jeff. I will actually kick it off with a quick presentation, 8-10 minutes presentation to set the tone. We are talking about micromobility and how cities can aim for the best outcomes. We will be discussing the questions about what metrics matter for cities, the impacts of different mobility modes and policy tools available for cities. So to guide this conversation, I'll start sharing my screen. And hopefully you can all see it. All right. You have already introduced Donkey Republic, so I'll jump right into the topic. This slide is just to talk about what we are coming from, a space where technology companies have promised to solve cities' problems. And Uber and Lyft, for example, have initially pitched that they would be reducing cities' congestion problems, but it turned out that they were actually adding to congestion, and that was studied by some third parties, and they had to admit to that. Another issue with Uber and the drivers and ongoing cases in multiple cities actually tells us that tech companies have a credibility problem when they talk about solving societal issues. So one of the key things at Donkey that we would like to promote is that we should measure and share our impact properly, doing so where we partner with third parties and open our data. If we don't do such collaborations, cities won't know what our footprint and impacts are, and yeah, we will not be the credible parties to talk about what our positive impacts are. So we have gone our best possible way to try to figure out Donkey's social impact, and we've looked into 4 areas where studies were available for different modes of transport. We looked at bike, train, scooters and cars in terms of congestion, public health, CO2 emissions, and space. And you can also see the icons of the institutions where we use the available studies. We did this ourselves in the lack of a third party that could actually verify what we are doing. And you can see the results here in terms of congestion. Cars are creating for each passenger kilometer 35 euro cents negative social impact. That is in terms of people time lost by each kilometer of travel. You don't have such negative impacts with other modes. Public health is one where bikes have huge positive impacts. That's due to reducing the healthcare costs and the other costs that are related to healthcare, such as early retirements and sick days and so on. Whereas cars and scooters have negative impacts, especially scooters, because they've had quite high rates of accidents. CO2 emissions, there we have 17 grams of emission per bike kilometer. It's important to say that these are life cycle assessments, which take into account the production cost of the vehicle, the roads and everything, including, of course, the operating emissions. So an electric car actually is emitting around 120 grams per kilometer, because you have to take into account the production of the lithium-ion batteries and also production and maintenance of the roads. And then you have the issue of space. The space is, of course, a scarcity in cities. A bike takes a lot of about 2 square meters of space, whereas a car estimated around 20 while parking. So I'll continue with the next slide, where we look into the replacement rates in Copenhagen. There we work with Dresden University, who studied what trips we replaced during September, October last year. Copenhagen is already a quite high cycling city, and people are not driving so much. I think around 30% of the mode in the city is actually car trips. So you can see that we were able to replace 7% of car and taxi trips, and a lot of bus and train trips, and some walking and own bike trips. And then also some very few new trips. I don't know what's happening with the slides moving back and forth. Sorry about that little glitch. So the way to calculate the total social impact is to look into the impact of each modality, the table that I showed first, replacement of other modes, and the average trip length. And we have some resources on this available, Donkey Sustainability, but the impact of everything is 2.7 euros per trip, per Donkey trip, is our contribution to society in terms of health and congestion gains, or reduction from congestion, and then 127 grams of CO2 savings. We don't unfortunately have a euro figure for the space savings, but that's clearly an important one as well. Moving forward, we looked into, with the same Dresden study, Dresden University study, how many people who use donkeys of the residents and non-residents have their own bike. 70% of Copenhagen residents who use our bikes do have our own bike, and it is working. And then another 12% do have their own bike and it's not working, and only 20% does not have a bike. So that there's a question around whether bike share is relevant for people who already are biking. Yes, very much, because it's not about replacing your own bike, it's adding to it. So why would people use a donkey if they already have their own bike? It's because of the most important reasons down below in this graph: spontaneity and having more flexibility than their own bike. Also, people tend to like to avoid public transports in the rush hour, so it's a nicer way of being spontaneous or flexible than having to jump into metro or train or bus for many people. Yeah, we also looked into the reasons for people use donkeys, and work was by far the largest reason. So it's important to note that bike share is not for tourists to just go around. It is an important one, so leisure activity and visiting, but actually work is by far the biggest. So before I jump to the next slides, which is about some recommendations for cities, it is also important to note that this study that we've done was only in Copenhagen, only during September, October last year. What we would like to do in the future, and hopefully given funding available for this, is ongoing study of replacement and ongoing study of what are the purposes of people. And such studies should be dynamically available for cities so that they can keep updating their policies on an ongoing basis. That's where we look forward to work with cities like Antwerpen and people like Gehl architects to provide the data to and help the planning of the city. A few final words about the bike sharing collaboration with cities and how we would like to see it in the future. Currently, bike shares, if they are to be subject to city subsidies, compete on a tender application and not winning riders on the streets. We think that that's not the best way forward. We think that it would be great if cities actually made some of the funding available on a per trip basis, so that we can keep innovating and not compete with each other on just the tender application. Then you have the growth of public budgets being relatively small or slow compared to the venture capital money or the consumer funding available for bike or scooter or other kinds of trips, or let's say ride-hailing trips. And if the public budgets don't grow at par with micromobility demand of the consumers, then I think we risk that what will run the markets will be the consumer demand rather than the public preference. So if public budgets grow at a rate of, let's say, 5-10% per year, whereas consumer demand grows at 20-30% per year, which is what we see happening in the markets, then what we expect is in 5-10 years' time, public budgets for, let's say, bike sharing or preferring bike sharing over ride-hailing or scooters will become less and less relevant in the total pie. Therefore, I think we need to somehow make sure that the public budgets are actually growing faster and are becoming relevant in setting the tone for the street. And then one other thing is the parking infrastructure, that currently cities are getting stuck with one station infrastructure when some of the tenders are requiring certain type of station, and then they cannot easily switch to a competitive situation with different operators in place. So yeah, we have some recommendations to cities, tendering for bike share, making some of the subsidies available pay per trip, permitting several operators, also for the slow growing public budgets. If there were subsidies available, which are available on a per trip basis, then they could be grown faster as we also have more demand. And on the last one, either use basically virtual stations and bike shares also using public racks, which can be scaled more easily, or use some kind of open standard station. Okay, before I jump into the talk with our guests this last couple slides about Dank.U, priding ourselves in being responsible, affordable, and flexible partner of the cities. And there are some good reasons for that. Responsible because we are a listed company,
sorry, Erdem, there's some with a lot of very weird noise.
I realize. Is it better now? Also the affordable company, and finally a flexible provider, and yeah, the reasons for which are on this slide. And yeah, quickly, we are in 70 cities in 14 countries, electric and pedal bikes, and have provided more than 10 million trips so far since 2015. Okay. If there are questions for me, you can find me here, Erdem at Dank.Bike. And with that, I will stop talking about Dank.U Republic and turn to the discussion. Okay, why don't we start with you, Jeff, where you could provide a quick intro, 1-minute intro, and take us through your response on what metrics matter for cities when they should, or when they think about micromobility.
Yeah, great. Thanks for a wonderful presentation. Inspiring also for me to see, even though I work with these things in many different contexts. As the host mentioned, I'm partner and chief innovation officer at Gehl. We are a global design practice that work with really the intersection of how we live in a city and then how we design it. And that includes issues around mobility, and especially all of the spaces between buildings. So we work a lot with public realm, streets, which are one of our most precious public assets. Streets themselves take up about 25 to 35% of city space. And so our work is really to make sure that all of this connective tissue between our buildings and between our home, work, and school are really contributing to our quality of life. And that's also the way that I view metrics. So Erdem, I think you put forth some really, really strong metrics. So I would say that cities should be using those. The net impact for society, as you mentioned, really paying attention to this issue around space. We'll talk more about that, I think. But if I was to add one, I would add a qualitative metric and say, well, the city should commit to saying 80% of the population feel connected, or a certain percent of people feel like they have easy, comfortable, reliable, convenient access to wherever they want to go. And some sort of qualitative metric like that is really, really hard to achieve, and it should be. And it should also maybe replace this laundry lists of 150, 200 KPIs of all sorts of things that are about technical issues, really, and being able to sum it up with 1 or 2 metrics that are really about the lived experience in our city, I think would really change the whole discourse between public, private, and citizen, which I hope we'll also talk more about during this session. So just one metric, certain amount of people feeling connected and like they have access. That would be my suggestion.
Great. Thank you, Jeff. Koen, why don't we continue with you, an introduction, and what metrics do you think matter for cities when they think about micromobility?
Hello, good morning. I'm Kennis, and I'm Vice Mayor of the City of Antwerp. The City of Antwerp is the biggest city in Flanders. It is also a very important port city, of course. We have the 2nd largest port of Europe in our city boundaries. And we are what we call a pocket-sized metropole, 500,000 inhabitants, 40,000 students traveling, and a lot of commuters, of course, who are working in the port, but also in the city. And we see that congestion is one of the top issues of the city of Antwerp when INRIX makes the top 3 of most congested cities. Mostly Antwerp is in it together with Brussels and London. And that's not what we want. So for us is a very important metric, the modal shift. We said as a city, we want to go to a 50-50 modal shift. And secondly, after that, we said, no, not only as a city, but also as a region, our transport region. So the broader area around Antwerp, that means more or less 1.2 million people and 32 bigger and smaller municipalities who are together forming the economic area of Antwerp. What we do, and for us, micromobility is there a very important part of. You said it already when I saw your statistics, Erdem. I can agree with it, because when we see what we have done here with our bike share system Velo, that is working already 10 years, we see the same figures as you just gave. It is important. People like it because it gives you that spontaneous possibilities. You can say, okay, I'm going to the city by tram, but I'm going back by the shared bike. So that is very important. What we see is that people, of course, use a shared bike or their own bike, a normal bike, for, let's say, a few kilometers until 7-8 kilometers to drive. When it's farther, then then you are already a sportsman. What we now saw in Antwerp is that with the introduction of electrical bikes, the distance became much bigger, 15 kilometers, 20 kilometers. It's no problem anymore to use the bike. And therefore, we have a very performant bike sharing system in the city of Antwerp, but it's not in our region, not abroad, not in the municipalities around. And now we said we're going to expand it, because we see that 8 kilometers is not more the boundary, also not for people to drive. So thanks to our Donkey Republic will fill in that gap that we see. It's making sure that also the whole region can use a shared bike system, to make sure that also there is a modal shift, and that we can go more and more to the 50-50 division in our modal split figures. So we keep that very good in the picture, and we also measure how many kilometers people want to drive with bikes, with scooters, with e-bikes, and there we saw that Antwerp, the e-bike was been a real game changer, and we hope also that on top of that, a shared system on e-bikes also will be a game changer to seduce more people to use the bike instead of their own car. And I think there will be perhaps a very interesting thing to measure, to see what is happening, because of course in the city the replacement of trips is very much a replacement from, like you showed, from public transport to, for instance, the shared bike. But I hope that when we go outside the city in the suburban zones, you get also a stronger replacement from cars to e-bikes. I believe it's true because we see it in our figures for the owned e-bike, but I hope it's also the same for the shared e-bike.
Great, Koen. I would like to sum it up briefly what you and Jeff said. What matters about what metric matters, Koen, you say modal shift is actually really important, and the ability for this vehicle type to bring more people from cars into, away from cars essentially is the key aspect. And then the range of the mode is important, because especially if you're going out of the city, then to be able to move people from the car is actually a function of the range. Just to clarify, as you mentioned, Donkey Republic will be working with Antwerpen region, which is not just the city, but actually the region encompassing 33 smaller towns, including Antwerp city, to connect them through a electric bike service, about 1,700 electric bikes, which will come online next year. So that was the reference to the project. And Jeff was mentioning the reliable access for an area is the key metric to think about when you're thinking about micromobility. Okay, if we go back, and I was mentioning my presentation, space, congestion, emissions, and healthcare as some of the issues. Especially healthcare, I want to just bring the ball back into that one. Healthcare seems to be an issue that transport designers don't necessarily have as a metric they need to optimize on their desk. They focus on potentially congestion, especially if you're trying to reduce cars as a transport focused, let's say, civil servant. Typically, it seems your mission is to reduce congestion and get people faster from A to B. At the same time, we have a growing healthcare issue, or especially obesity and lack of activity across many Western countries, and the rate of obesity is really increasing fast. Also in many emerging economies, actually. Is that and we see that active mobility, walking and biking, basically, are potential key contributors in keeping people active with at least 30 minutes of moderate activity per day. If you're on the bike back and forth, 15 minutes each direction, you are doing your minimum amount of needed activity. Is that going to be relevant? Is it already relevant in the discussions, or is that going to be relevant as you see it? Maybe I can have a quick response to that. Why don't you go first, Jeff?
Yeah, so I think it has to be relevant. And we see that it is coming much more into prominence. But the problem, as you mentioned, is that, you know, transportation departments of cities, and, you know, maybe Coen can speak more to this, are already feel like they have a lot on their desk, right? And then to all of a sudden be held responsible for health outcomes could potentially seem like a really difficult added burden. And I wonder if we could invert the thinking a little bit. And I mentioned, I just tell a quick story about my wife, who is a healthcare researcher working with cardiology and patients with heart problems. And it's funny, when she interviews people, she always asks them how much exercise they get. But she started asking them at first, you know, do you work out? Do you exercise? And people would say yes or no. And then the next question was, how do you get to work? And a lot of times people would say, no, I don't exercise. But then the next question would be, well, yes, I bike to work. Okay. How far is your bike ride? 15 kilometers. Okay. But you don't, you don't work out, right? So citizens weren't connecting the typical sort of go to the gym together with this amazing part of commuting. And I wonder if we actually need to ask transportation authorities, and this would be maybe for Coen to respond to not necessarily, you know, take responsibility for health outcomes, but begin to ask yourselves, you know, well, how do we ensure that, again, back to the citizen-centered metrics, how do we ensure that every citizen is getting 30 minutes of exercise a day? How can that be part of our sort of city goals? So easier said than done, Coen, but I'm curious about your thoughts there.
I'm just going to assert one thing. Coen is not just the Vice Mayor of Antwerp, he's also the Chairman of Antwerp Transport Region. And maybe relevant for the audience is that in Denmark, at least, the cities are not partially responsible for the healthcare outcomes, but the region is actually running the hospital. So there's an interplay between cities and regions. And Coen, you have a special position where you're both the Vice Mayor of the city and the Chairman of the region. So tell us about this interplay and how you see this.
Perhaps I'm the chairman of the transport region, so only on the transport side, the mobility is a responsibility. Also here, it's like in Denmark, health is not our important and primary competence. So that is a difference. But we are busy with that sort of things. People have to move. We have nowadays, at this moment, the Cycling World Championships are starting here on the Grote Markt in Antwerp for the ride. Also the next days will be much more seen probably by the people. But they start here, and we, for instance, had also a campaign that says, okay, here the World Championships cycling are here, but do you think also about cycling? And do you think on the sports that it gives, the health implications? Secondly, we have with our program of Slim naar Antwerpen, Smart Ways to Antwerp, we are trying to seduce people, to convince people to change their way of being mobile. And we talk a lot to employers and employees, of course, but mostly via employers, about what does this mean, what is possible. And I had a conversation with one of the employers, and he said, it's unbelievable. I make sure that my people have a bicycle, that they have the accommodation, so that when they come to work, they can put their bicycle on a safe place. They can, their clothes, when they are wet, they can hang it to dry. They have a shower, all those things. And he said, the big advantage that I saw was perhaps not the advantage of that people are less stuck in congestion, what also an advantage, of course, because it's an economical cost, but more, he said, was the advantage that people were not so much ill. So they were healthier, and they came much better to work, but also after work, when they go home, it's much easier to blow off all the problems and the stress from work away. So he said this was for me, not expected, but it is one of the things that you get also. And that's one of the things that we take also today to the employers. There are a lot of impact. There is a lot of consequences when people change from their own car to, for instance, the bicycle. It's economically, because less congestion, less problems on coming on time on work, but also they come more to work because they are less ill in the air. So it's very important. And as a city, we know that engage people, promote more movement for people, that it's working. And we use the bicycle, we use sport events like the World Championship to do that.
Great. Koen, I have a very quick question to you, a side question to this. When you justify the spending on bike infrastructure and so on, are you also referring to the health budgets for preventative healthcare or health budgets in general?
Let's say we can take it with us, but you don't see, as a city, for instance, we don't see the improvements there. So okay. that are gains for another level department, government. Yeah. But of course, it's important to. It's always important to say, okay, when we are putting money in it, it's a broader effect that it. Right.
So let's move on to the second part of this debate, and we have about 10 minutes left, which is what policy tools are available to steer cities in the direction they'd like to go. In my presentation, I mentioned basically financial subsidies or support from the city side on a per trip basis would be incentivizing the use of bikes or e-bikes. But of course, that's one of many, and there could be things about parking infrastructure and yeah, many other potential policy tools. Why don't we kick it off again with you, Jeff?
Yeah. So again, I like to sort of challenge us a little bit to think pretty big picture here. So I wonder if we could have, if we thought a little bit differently about some of these policy questions, right? And so what I see oftentimes is the city, having their mandate from the mayor, carbon neutrality, buses and transit on time, increase health, productivity, whatever it might be. And then you have the private sector coming in and saying, look, we got these products, as you said, Erdem, they might not be societal interested, they're more like purely consumer benefit. And there's just a mismatch there all the time. And so I wonder if, I'm not even sure if you call this policy, but again, I'd love to see, a city just be very clear about, here is our challenges, like look at a map and say, hey, in this map of the city, here are the neighborhoods or pockets where public transit doesn't get people and we need micromobility solutions. Here are the pockets where we don't have enough access and we need more mobility for low-income folks. Here are the places where air pollution is really high and we need to do something about it. Here is where we have obesity and lower life outputs. We need to do something about it. So sort of take this map of problems almost, and then go to the private sector and say, hey, I need to increase access in this neighborhood. I need to reduce air pollution in this neighborhood, whatever it might be, and challenge the private sector to then say, that's great. Okay, private sector, you've got your products, your services, the tenders you want to win. Show me how you're going to help me solve these wicked problems that I have as a city leader. So I'd love to see policy sort of created from this frame of what does our city need most, and then how can the private sector help achieve those goals. So again, back to you, Coen, if you think there's something like that, if you would at all be possible for you to make such a map and then work collaboratively with different private sector actors to deliver on some of the really tough challenges you have to deliver on.
I think it's much simpler, Chef. For me, you can have all those figures and then start thinking, perhaps Antwerp it's a pocket-sized metropole, so it's very good. You can see very good where are problems, where are less problems, and it's all near to each other, very close to each other. So when we start rolling out something, we do it in one time for the whole city, and it's also very important because you see also that the examples in one neighborhood give more impact also in another neighborhood. It's easier to get people in their minds. Okay, we have, for instance, a shared bike system. Let's use it. The shared bikes that we have in Antwerp were at the beginning already immediately very popular. We broadened it out. It was first only within our ring zone, and then we broadened it out around the city, really in all our districts that are municipalities that are get together to the city at this moment. And it's very interesting. What we saw there is that people also there use a lot the Velo, a little bit less than in the city center, because in the city center, of course, and that's the distance issue, it's easier to move around. But what is for us very important is we start from the ID, the people, we start from the user, in fact. What do the user needs? What is his wish? And he doesn't know it always. But we want to make sure that the user has choices, that he can choose different things. And why we say he has to choose himself, because we believe very strongly that when a user, when a person in the city, a citizen says, okay, I take a share bike, it's really an intrinsic motivation. He believes in it, and he will stay doing it also in the future. When he says, okay, I leave my car now at the parking space and I don't take it, but I'm gonna go by bike or by foot, public transport, it's really an intrinsic choice. Yes?
We have something going on there, but I think we need to wrap up very.
I do appreciate all of your insights. Thank you so much.
It's very important is convenience. Convenience is the thing that we have to do, and make sure that people can move very convenient from point A to point B, and that means making sure that there is a good infrastructure so that you don't have to drive Paris-Roubaix when you go to work. You have a lot of cobblestones when you stop driving it, that it's safe. So we invest in infrastructure, but also we support and collaborate a lot of companies that deliver also those choices. You said it also, Erdem, that it's very important that there is competition. In Antwerp, there is competition, but we make sure that there isn't too much competition. So we have also a regulative regulation that makes sure that we don't have 10 different companies bringing in e-scooters, but that only 3. We limit the number of e-scooters. We say that it has to be spread in the city, that there are drop zones where you have to put your bicycle or your scooter so that it's not spread around in the city. All those things are we putting in place, and it's always difficult, but because the users do what they do, but we try to get it organized, and that's for us very important. And that makes also that the systems in Antwerp are working very well.
All right, thank you very much, Coen. Kennis, the Vice Mayor of Antwerp. We can hear the hustle and bustle in your office. You're a very busy man, so we won't keep you guys any longer. Thank you so much for this interesting discussion and the good work that all of you do. So thank you very much, Erdem. Thank you, Jeff, and thank you, Coen. Thank you. All right, next in our agenda, we have a special guest dialing in from Ireland to tell us more about a very special project as well as an event on November 3rd with our Electronomus team. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the show the CEO of Future Mobility Campus Ireland, Russell Vickers. Russell. All right, while we try to get Russell on the screen, we will go to a very, very short break. When we come back, we'll be with Russell. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the International Mobility Summit. We have on the line with us right now CEO of Future Mobility Campus Ireland, Russell Vickers. Russell, good to have you.
Good morning, June. How are you?
Good. And yourself?
Yeah, very good, thanks.
All right, I'll leave you straight to your presentation and we'll come back for a chat.
Yeah, great. Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks for that. Hi, everyone. Good morning. I'd like to give you an overview today of the Future Mobility Campus project that we're building out in Ireland. So this kind of just to give you an overview of some of the capabilities of what we're building and just give you a general overview of what's going on here. So we're a nonprofit organization. We're funded by the Department of Business, Enterprise and Innovation. And essentially our goal is to create a test bed for future mobility, incorporating both road and air. And we're located on the west coast of Ireland in Shannon, County Clare. A big part of our project is we're supported by a lot of great partners. So some of these are in the region, some of these are in across the country, and then some of them are also global players. So these project partners have really come together to support us to help build the test bed that we're currently building. And they range from companies such as Jaguar Land Rover, General Motors, companies like Vallejo, Red Hat, Cisco. And we also have a number of aviation companies that are also involved with us as we move looking towards what we're going to do from the air side. But what actually are we doing with all these great partners? So the idea of what we're creating is a living lab. So we're based beside the airport in Shannon, and we're creating we're using the business park there to basically create a micro smart city. So we have dedicated a parking and charging area for low speed maneuvering testing. We also are putting connectivity everywhere with fiber links everywhere, and that will allow us to instrument all the roads. And we also have some mule vehicles that we were kindly given by Jaguar Land Rover. We're instrumenting those, and that will allow us then to create for different customers then to use those vehicles essentially for different purposes, whether testing their sensors or software algorithms, etc. And then we have a control center and workshop to pull all of this technology together. I'll give a bit more detail on how on the sort of general overview of what we're doing, but essentially I suppose we first started looking at the road aspect of this. My background is I previously worked with Jaguar Land Rover, and they're also based in Shannon. They have a software development team there. My role there, we decided, we saw the opportunity to create a test bed in the region and also to support nationally as well, essentially. And that's kind of how the genesis of this project came about. Excuse me. Once we got funding for the roadside, we then started looking at what we could do around towards air mobility. And of course, we have a major international airport right on our doorstep. So that's where we looked at FMCI Air. And this is currently something that we're looking to get funded at the moment. And we're starting to move forward with this with some different trials and things like that. But essentially, we're proposing to create Ireland's first vertiport and drone testing area, located right beside the airport in controlled airspace. We feel this is important. The legislation across the EU is now starting to allow these things to happen. So now it's time to actually look at this from a practical basis and start to prove some of these cases out. So just to give you an idea of how close to the airspace we are, this is the proposed test site that we're looking at, that we're actually started flying some test flights in the last couple of weeks from, but we want to establish something more permanent in the area. We have great support, I must say, from the regulator, from the Irish Aviation Authority, as well as the local airport, the Shannon Airport, and Air Traffic Control. And we've been working closely with them. Obviously, safety is the utmost importance when it comes to this, but these are technologies that are going to happen. So we're starting to look into this. To give a bit more of an overview, I suppose, then of like why we think it's a good idea. There's a couple of reasons. One, we think from a testing and certification, it's a good where we're located is very advantageous, let's say. And then when you start to look at some of the services as these business models start to develop for urban air mobility or advanced air mobility or drone delivery, Ireland is, especially the west coast of Ireland, is probably hasn't a very well linked transportation system, let's say, and this is where we're starting to see the opportunities for air mobility to fill in some of these gaps. So we have island areas, we have remote areas, we have things like offshore wind farms, things like that. So all of these will require or are a good gap to fill by advanced air mobility, and that's really where we think this is a great playground for what we're building. So just to give you a quick overview physically of what we're doing. So this is actually the area. This is where the free zone where we're located. You can see the airport here at the top of the map. Jaguar Land Rover are located here, and there's many other businesses located in this business park. Essentially, we're in the build phase at the moment, and we're making great progress to be open towards the end of the year. And there's a lot of things that are currently up and running already as a part of that. So just to give you a kind of overview of what we're putting and where we're putting it, that's the airport boundary. This is the smart city area that we're creating. So connectivity, 5G, Wi-Fi. We also are connecting into another project which is basically putting C-V2X and ITSG5 on the highways. So that's going to be 450 kilometers of connected highway, and that connectivity will sort of, with the fiber loop from that, will connect into what we're doing as well. So kind of you can start here with your training wheels and then use Ireland as a test bed essentially. Our control center is located in the center of the city, and that contains office space, workshops, demonstration area. We're also adding drone specific workshops, etc., as we start to move forward with the second phase of the project. This is where we have our low speed maneuvering testing area. So this is a fully private area. It allows some of our partners, such as Jaguar Land Rover and Vallejo, to do things like low speed maneuvering for things like concierge parking and things like this. That's the access to the highly connected highway. And this is where we're proposing to put the vertiport location. So I think that's hopefully a very quick sum of what we're doing. But the good news is that Electronomus will be with us. The FMCI launch event will be with us on November 3rd. And we'd really like to we'd love to welcome you here and give you an actual overview in a physical form of actually what we're doing. So I think that's my presentation, June. So we can happily have a chat about this.
Yeah, for sure. Russell, we would like to know more about, because you're Irish, you're based in Ireland. Can you share with us more about why do you think that Ireland is well placed for this opportunity? What do you think?
Yeah, I suppose it was, so when we started initially, I used to work with Intel, and I moved to Jaguar Land Rover. And I guess initially you wouldn't associate Ireland with being an automotive powerhouse, but obviously the tech scene is really, really strong in Ireland. And essentially most automotive companies at least are essentially want to become tech companies, right? They're trying to move their business models to be a lot more flexible. And you can see how the big tech companies are really trying to play in this space as well. So that kind of then made us realize, okay, we have something to offer in this, and that's really the angle that we've gone after. So a lot of our partners, some of our partners are traditional in the traditional automotive space, but then others are more from the comms side of it, from the data processing side, etc.
Okay, so then how important are your partners at FMCI?
Yeah, I mean the partners are like, so we're quite a small entity at the moment, but our partners are really doing a lot of lifting for us. So in terms of helping us with technology decisions, ensuring that that we can work together, and they've been really key in enabling this whole project. And we just had great support from them, and we continue to onboard more partners as we go.
Okay, so it sounds like you've made good progress so far. What are some of the plans for the future then?
Yeah, so the plans for the future. So we've made really good progress this year. Next year will be really that's when the rubber will hit the road, so to speak. I think we'll start to show more capabilities from the vertiport side and from the advanced air mobility side in the next coming months. So that's something that we're really looking forward to. And then we're also in conversations with different test beds across the globe to kind of join up, to be a bit more joined up in a sort of consortium of how we have all these great facilities and all these different resources and how we can pull that together. So I think that's part of what we want to do. We want to definitely work with other regions.
And Electronimus will be at FMCI this November 3rd. So what do you have in store for the attendees? Can you share with us some of it?
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely, so we have lots of cool toys and things. So we want to kind of make it as interactive as possible for the attendees. So
what kind of toys?
A big part of we have our autonomous vehicles that we've been developing with Jaguar Land Rover. So we have those. We also will have some drone exhibitions as well as some micromobility areas. And we should have we're going to have our testing car parking area open at that point as well. So there's going to be lots of interactive, interesting demos for people to see and kind of get a feel for actually how all of this comes together. Because I think sometimes it's hard to maybe, especially because through COVID, I suppose everyone's just been looking at PowerPoint presentations, so that we really want to try and get the excitement back into looking at these things in physically, essentially, or no longer virtually, I suppose.
Yes, so to all of our viewers watching right now, make sure to get your tickets to attend the Future Mobility Campus Ireland, happening on November 3rd. You can get your tickets at electronimus.com. Russell Vickers, it's been such a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Great to meet you.
All right, our next speaker joins us from Taipei. Before we get to him, though, we will take a very short break, but do not go anywhere, because coming up next, we will be talking about EVs and why they're so important, how to push more of it. Next, don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Electronimus 2021, the International Mobility Summit. Our next speaker joins us from Taipei. He is known as a pioneer in the automotive industry. He is here to look at the growing EV market and why adoption has increased, along with why collaboration is vital to success. I'm happy to be joined by Jack Cheng, CEO of MIH Consortium and co-founder of NIO. Jack?
Hey.
Over to you, Jack.
Good day, good morning, good evening. How's everybody doing? This is Jack. I'm the CEO of MIH Consortium, and today I have a privilege to give you an introduction of what MIH is all about, and also what's the platform for the EV is the evolution of this platform. So before I present my presentation, I want to do a short introduction of myself. I'm 40 years of veteran in the automotive industry. Used to work for Ford and FCA. And then 6 years ago, I co-founded NIO as a new EV startup in China. And I spent a lot of time trying to do the platform for the new EV generation for China, consider competing in the new arena. And last year, I elect to come back to Taiwan because I thought Taiwan is my hometown, and I have a chance to come back and also trying to help the new generation to create a new platform. So I'm now having a chance to work with Foxconn, who is the initiator of this MIH platform. However, up to now, we are now being a consortium, so it's more independent. So I will explain to you all about MIH. Second page, MIH stands for Mobility in Harmony. With that say, MIH, if you look at the logo, is more like a platform, and you have a chance to do the platform and then load it up with the software and define the UX UI for our customer. So come to the next page. The MIH is for the next generation with the collaboration. Collaboration become important because after the pandemic, people know if you don't collaborate, really we have a huge challenge ahead of us. There's a lot of people now started to understand that sharing and also work together will overcome a lot of challenges. So our presentation really is coming to MIH is from a global point of view, it's not just an EV, it's really a collaboration on an open platform. It's more like an Android of the car. And we are asking a lot of developers to hop onto this platform and develop the new technology. And then we can get a go-to-market place for them, that they will be able to serve the customer with a lower barrier in terms of development, timing, and cost. The traditional way of doing automotive, it takes a lot of investment, particularly in the investment in the vehicle development, the tooling, and also there's a complexity of making all the components together and find a heavy asset manufacturing site for that. We are actually splitting into, we will leave the brand to the customer, but we will do also a lot of UX, UI, but with our software defined EV kits. And on top of the platform, the hardware platform, which is more like a commodity now, we'll be able to increase the volume by collecting a lot of customer and then share that. Our global view is really with that, we will be able to overcome the emission challenge of carbon and also for the future next generation EV platform with autonomous drive. This vehicle is actually the picture of our first C car in 2023 that I think that you will see the MIH platform, which is already been developed to be shared with a lot of customer. And I think our initiator, Foxconn, have a lot of projects now in North America, in Asia Pacific, and also we're trying to embark a program in Europe. So the next page, we have now looked at the total EV market that In 2020, the EV sales in the major market, I think China topped everybody with 1.3 million. Germany 400,000, US a big lag behind 320, even though the Tesla has been the major force for that. But as you know, Tesla had made more progress in China with their production site in Shanghai. So I think the market growth for China, really the penetration rate for the EV, according to the recent market share analysis, the EV share of the total car, including combustion engine, is more than 10% now. But and also that because our Teslas are entering into China, they have made a lot of competition coming through, and China becoming a hotspot. And as you know, China is really also the highest emission challenge country. So they need to do a lot of things to overcome that. Germany, that the market also grow huge to 400,000 units because of government support and also subsidy available. So I think Germany has moved a big way. Particularly, Volkswagen has the ID series coming in. So product also represent the huge growth for that. USA, I think after the new administration that now announcing the $170 billion of investment into the EV market, I think the market will grow significantly in the next coming years. I wouldn't mention more, but Europe, France and UK, they are all coming together. So I think the major market in Europe, and I didn't even mention that Norway has a 50% penetration of EV. So all the European countries are moving spearhead to that. And I think there's a good phenomenon that people really understand the challenge and also the carbon neutral, progress. So the next page really give us a lot of countries with most carbon emission. And as I mentioned, China's got the most challenging the carbon emission, and US second, India, Russia. So you know who's gonna have to catch up with that, because the tailpipe pollution in the city, mostly in China, represents 30% of the pollution. So that's a big challenge. So I think China has to do that, no doubt about it. But in the USA, in India, in Russia, we believe that there is a government pressure and also society pressure to do that. Next. So the global auto market development trend, I split into CASE, C-A-S-E. C stands for connectivity, A stands for autonomous drive, S for service and share, and E for electrification. All in all these categories are the area now is really booming. And I can imagine that people when talk about the connectivity, it's not only 5G, 6G is coming, and also the over-the-air upgrade is available for most of the new smart vehicle. And autonomous drive, people are discussing about the full autonomous drive, but there are things yet to be seen. But at least the L3 or L2 kind of autonomous is available, most popular now in all the EV. Service and share, APP, software defined value, these are also being popular. Electrification, battery, motor, control system, charging facility, and grid. So these areas we can talk about it. Next. So after the case, if you see the global, these are just, we single out some, we probably missed out a lot of others, but these are the players I can just raise as an example, is popping up, is different from the traditional OEM's name, is across the continents. So people are really investing huge money into the EV markets. The key driver behind the adoption of EV really threefold. One is operating cost, then is the driving range and the charging infrastructure. And most of these are really related to how do you build an ecosystem that will be able to manage the total requirement and with a lifetime management. So normally when the traditional car selling to the customer is a one-off. When they sell the car to the dealer manages that relationship with the customer, and that's it. The new EV player are more with a direct sale, so that they can have attachment to the customer and manage that relationship through the lifetime. So the charging and also the future software upgrade becoming revenue flow replicated, that will make them more affordable to develop the next generation vehicle. So our next generation vehicle is really, we are seeing it smarter, and I think there are a big change in the prime purchasing factor for the new generation. The new generation will grow up in the digital world, so they would need a smart mobility solution rather than talking about the dynamic, the engineering, the mechanical, and acceleration, performance. These are fundamental important, but I think the preference is now to have a vehicle which is smart and very user oriented. Next page is on the current technologies tied up with the mainstream OEM player. I listed out 3 columns. One's the parent company of tech company, Google, Intel, Aptiv, Aurora, Baidu, Alibaba. But when you linked up with the major OEMs, Stellantis, GM, Hyundai, Nissan, Ford, BMW, Mercedes, in between, there is actually a smart travel activity within, and then they hook it up together. Intel have mobile eyes and hooked up with General Motors, and Baidu with Apollo hooked up with Ford, and so on and so on. So actually there are already relationship being built up between the technology giant and also the traditional OEMs. The next page will give you more insight on a self-developed intelligent vehicle solution. For instance, Tesla, they do everything in-house, the IVI, but they're powered by Linux. Ford have the Sync, but powered by Microsoft. And Toyota have Ring and powered by Woven Planet. And for Neo, which I've been very familiar with, is all in-house, and they use Android system. So with everybody is doing their own intelligence vehicle solution, I think there's a lot of opportunity surface up. Next. So the premium brand started to work with the technical giant, Audi, BMW, Mercedes, as we know. Mercedes had hooked up with Huawei on the HMS system, BMW with Alibaba, and also Audi with Alibaba, and also Tencent. So people are really playing now, that particularly in China, is a huge growth. So I think the ABB, the 3 major premium brands, are really hooked up with a Chinese player in the technology sectors, big time. So same thing for Baidu with Geely, now with the Chinese player, the Chinese brand. They even play heavier with Baidu, Alibaba, Tencent, Huawei is playing with all the Chinese brands and trying to beef up their capability to produce the vehicle and control on the module design and IoT. So keep popping up this picture. I think we have another technology day for Foxconn coming up. They are using MIH platform. There will be a couple of vehicles, including this one, and they will showcase that for the future generation of the smart EV, what it looks like. Next. So the EV ecosystem really, we are sharing with everybody on the software and the hardware. To the right-hand side, the hardware is a central gateway with a zoner system. So everything is being concentrated into a supercomputer kind of arrangement, and they will manage in a higher efficiency to take care of the software defined for the hardware. And the software side, we started to do the real-time microkernel and also EV service layer. On top of that, we are SoC agnostic. So the EV kits were the mission critical of most of the security, safety, and steering function on the mission critical. We're developing those EV kits. And on top of it, the APP and also the API will be available for the developer, the software developer, to do something more innovative. And they can really becoming an Android system, develop that, and then we started to make sure their IP being created and to monetize that. So in terms of the security system, the platform, now we are actually hiring some good player into it, and then we are developing it with a vehicle lifetime management. Open marketplace, we are moving forward, showing the go-to-market issue for all the partner to be able to develop all the solution for roadsides and smart IoT and so on. Also in the vehicle lifetime ecosystem. So I keep emphasizing the vehicle lifetime because that's where you can monetize and get the recurring revenues. Energy management platform, smart city, adapter layer, and the vehicle to grid functionality. We're working on it, and there are several players, not only from the indigenous, but also the global player are coming in. Cloud native, we have Microsoft, we have AWS, we have a lot of partner now, the big names, also working with us. ADAS and also the autonomous drive platform, we are working on that as other competitors is doing, but I think we are opening it up to be on adapter layer rather than hooked up with, like, there's a lot of OEM, there was a closed loop that ADAS is always needs to be hooked up with the SoC. Now with our system, I think we can split it up. EEA and runtime, drive-by-wire arrangement for vehicle control, for sure. That's something that we already have see as a common. Next page. So vision, mission, and strategy in threefold. Vision is really to develop the with an open platform and make sure that we can open it up for people to collaborate on that and find a more sustainable future. Carbon is a challenge, and we take care of it. And also for mission, we have collaboration with all the partner on an open platform, and we drive for a sustainable future. Next. For the partnership now, totally for the last 7-8 months, we have collected about 1,890 membership. And these members, 70% of them are actually indigenous player, but 30% are global player. And out of the total member, we have 80% hardware and 20% software and ICT. So these are the things that I think we have a chance to find a diamond in the rough as a new startup compared to the traditional component supplier. We want them to be a solution provider. Next. we talked about this before. I think with that, I think we started to create a solution. Can you go to the next page, please? So the solution will be using EV kits to actually put all this BCU, the BCM, body control module, the IVI, the ADAS, and battery management system, vehicle lifetime management, cybersecurity, cloud connectivity, smart city, OS and middleware. These are all surrounding the EV kits. With EV kits, I think we have attracted more developer to hop on and trying to do things openly. So I think we will create, maybe somehow we will create some unicorn. I'm not sure yet, but I'm very confident that we will see that. Next. So talk about the business process and the business plan. How do we make sure that the customer will actually get all this solution by the consortium? The consortium will start to do reference design and then adoption. We will do modular solution for all the component. You see, the component supplier used to be just providing component. But when they are working together, they will be providing solution. And we have three kind of arrangement that is available to the customer. For some customer, like they want to do this contract manufacturing, which is 100% that Foxconn will be able to do that for them. 80% it could be a partnership, and then you know, in our side, we do 80% and 20% for the customer to do it themselves, including like in-car entertainment or some IVI stuff. And also we can sell only the skateboard for whatever country they think they want to have a national car. We sell them skateboard, they put their top hats onto it, and we also can help them with the software, and then become, you know, most of the local country, they will be able to do their own car with lower barrier and low cost and shorter development lead time. I think that's the whole purpose of this consortium, to help the EV player that either is new or traditional will be able to get the affordable cost and timing into the program. Next. So the key takeaways, MH is the Android of the EV, and next generation of the mobility supplier is open. And open platform plus collaboration will bring a sustainable and greener future. Education and smart mobility are critical to take care of the emission, and technology, AI, 5G connectivity, smart mobility to be more efficient. So these are the key takeaway, and I'm closing it. I will be welcoming any question in our next session. Thank you very much for the listening.
Hi, Jack. We just wanted to ask you a few questions to expand on your presentation. First of all, you know, with the global pandemic, it has affected the supply chain globally, including the automotive industry. So what do you think, specific to the automotive industry, what can we do to, you know, bounce back from this?
Yeah, I think the pandemic, really everybody's get a lot of logistic issue in the whole supply chain. The supply chain, I think you have noticed recent debacle on the chips, and that's really a challenge. I think it all comes to the traditional way of doing is with tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. When you come to the components to the tier 4, the chips, fundamentally, the tier 1 or even the OEM customer, they don't even know where those pipeline is out of control. And with that pipeline, I think we have a better chance now to put the transparency of the supply chain on a flatter organization. So your tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 should be spread around like a circle. And with the circle in the hub, you are the customer, but you need to know your tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 structure, so you can attach to it closer and make sure that all the forecasts, all the volume are in advance planned well, and also the cost transparency that will help with a more healthy supply chain without being in between. There's a middleman taking care of all the profit. So that's something I think that we will see changing, because recently, as you know, some of OEM are starting to build their own chips plant. So
Right.
it's unbelievable. I think that people also think the supply chain will be also moving because of a pandemic to be more customer oriented. Like some digital health industry will move into the cockpit. If you see digital health was digital health, medical industry is all different. But with the pandemic, I think people have started to take care of their second living room better. They're living in the smoke in the cockpit, but that if they spend 3 hours in driving, they need to have that environment to be their second living room. So it should be a lifestyle thing with the medical services, digital health, availability. So I think they are moving, and I would believe that will be the future trend.
Interesting. So I just wanted to remind our viewers watching right now, if you guys have a question for Jack, he is the CEO of MIH Consortium, co-founder of NEO. You have any questions for Jack, send them in right now at the Q&A tab, and I'll get them live with me in the studio, and I'll just get your questions to Jack. Okay, while I'm waiting for the questions from our audience, Jack, I just wanted to expand a little bit more about what do you think is the tipping point, or are we reaching a tipping point for EV sales? I believe now it's about you shared, is it 5% of the market right now? I do see an increase rapidly during the pandemic and moving forward.
I use China as an example. Maybe people are not familiar with China, but for China, it's 1.3 million as I show it to you. But up to August year to date now, it's already 1.7 million EV sold in China. So you can see this year, if you hit 2.5 million, is about twofold of the last year's volume. So with that growth, the hockey stick is really coming soon, totally globally. If Germany, France, and UK are moving ahead, that tipping point, I cannot give you a right answer right now, but I think 2-3 years there will be a huge growth. For China, the national plan is really to go with 5 million EV by 2025. And that's a challenge, but I think it's manageable because there's more and more people thinking, oh, our next generation car, in 10 years time, the government will be banning the internal combustion engine. So why should I buy the car now that will be obsolete in the future? So that's something I think it's gonna come soon.
Did you say 5 million EV cars by 2025 in China?
Yeah,
so how much of a percentage of the overall market is that?
It will be 20%. It's 25 million now for China.
All right. So, of course, for the implementation of EVs, for the adoption of EVs, the important factors have always been government regulations and incentives, like you said. So what programs have been effective and what would you like to see more? You can touch upon, China as well as the global scale at large.
Well, the government regulation, as I show you in Germany and all the European countries, are becoming incentivizing for people to really go into the EV, give it a try. That's why you can see the growth. And Norway was another example. Infrastructure is there, government support big time, and every parking lot you have to have how many power stock, and that's something that I think we will see regulation and also the incentive coming in side by side and move it up. But for the reason, circle back to China again, the China government understand now is already have a kick off quickly. So they are now trying to reduce the subsidy, but still the growth is going big time. So I think that it's just need a sparking. That's it.
Right. Okay. So how much of an impact do you think that U.S. infrastructure would make to all of this, to the global EV sales, manufacturing, as well as the adoption? What do you think?
I think the global situation with the climate control now, U.S. back in the ball game. People are going to take it very seriously, and the carbon neutral things we will be seeing as a responsibility for our next generation. We should be kicking it off and accelerate it, and then make sure that everybody is centering around how do we make sure that the carbon, also the carbon neutral and the trading, and you need to penalize those guys contributing to the pollution factor, and I make sure that this is moving big time. I firmly believe in the next 3 to 5 years, this is going to be a huge game in that, and everybody is doing this regulation now. And also, we're looking at tracking the green energy with the grid, because those energy, if this is carbon related the energy, this is not considered as green. If this is solar power, the wind turbine, and also other hydro kind of a thing, is the clean energy that we need to use the blockchain to track it, and use that technology to track it with the AI. We can have better understanding of our carbon solution and also the distribution.
Right. Jack, we know that you are a pioneer in the automotive industry, but we do have a question from somebody who is asking you, instead of building more cars on the road, do you think it's better to develop sustainable transport solutions, just like connectivity or smarter way of mobility? And I assume that's talking about public transport instead of putting more cars. Infrastructure, is that what they're talking about? What do you think?
Yeah, well, I think that I'm moving from a car guy to a mobility guy now.
Right.
If you're a car guy, you're an individual, you love your car. I still love my car, but when you're becoming more social responsible, you need to be thinking about, okay, how do we make sure the airport transportation, the public transportation, and also the garage parking are managed through AI and also auto parking, and make sure that the logistics is arranged in the most efficient way. I think that's something that we can move fast and leave the public road or highway, autonomous drive to the next generation car to be resolved. But
Right.
first thing first, get this public transport and all those things, the fixed route thing resolved.
Okay.
And I think the government can play a big role on that.
Very good insight. We want to go back to your presentation. You mentioned that the MIH Alliance plans to become the Android of EVs and used Foxconn's manufacturing capabilities to help established and upstart vehicle companies electrify. So what can you tell us about this economic model?
Well, okay, just on a business model that you want people to have confidence when they do business on consulting with you, they know eventually they have an outlet. And I think Foxconn is the biggest ICT producer in the world. Now is shifting from a phone and computer industry manufacturer to a car manufacturer. And they hooked up with North America, like Vickers, like in Thailand with PTT, with some other continents, now moving forward, the partnership. Now, I think that that kind of initiative idea is now getting more popular, and people have, with this mobility summit, I get more exposure, that people understand, oh, this is something that you're gonna help me with my supply chain and make sure I have the chips in a more efficient way. So we can help from Taiwan to the world and make sure that also the customer side, they will be covered in a better production arrangement. So I think Foxconn is taking care of the heavy asset, the investment, the ecosystem, the supply chain, and manage the software for the hardware. and make sure that we have the talent from the world. Now, most of the software guys are working from home, so I can just pick the brand globally.
All right, thank you very much, Jack Cheng,
Did I answer the question right? Or
yes, you did. You did. You answered the question right, shared with us so much on your presentation, and we really appreciate you. And whoever wants to link up with Jack, I believe, will you be in the expo tag? You can network with some of our attendees to just know more about the good work that you're doing. So thank you very much, Jack Cheng, CEO of MIH Consortium and co-founder of NEO. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a very, very short break, but when we return, we will expand on what Jack has already discussed with us. We will still keep the focus on EVs. That's coming up next, so don't go anywhere.
We're always moving. Further. Forward. Together. We're clearing the path for a car-free tomorrow. It's our turn to take the lead, to take a stand, to not just move, but to create a movement. We have a chance to make a change. Take it. Don't give an inch, take a mile. And spark a revolution against pollution. Because if there's a chance to make it, having some fun along the way, wouldn't you take it? Take action. Take it on. Take a tear.
Welcome back. Coming up, we expand more about how mainstream EVs will transform the automotive industry and help decarbonize the planet. So if the future of the automotive industry is electric, how do we master this transition? To tell us more, I am delighted to be joined by Patrick Schaufuss, partner of McKinsey Center for Future Mobility. Patrick, good to have you. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Really good to have you here. And I will also try to share some screen in a second. So Patrick Schaufuss, as you said, I'm partner based out of Munich. I spent my last 12 years actually in the automotive industry, worked for players across the value chain from battery materials producer, battery producers, tier 1, tier 2s, automotive OEMs, startups, investors. And my topic was pretty much centered around powertrain transition, alternative powertrains, and in particular electrification. So very happy to be here with you. I will share a short presentation today and try to kind of give you an updated view on where we see decarbonization is heading and sustainability in the automotive sector is heading. So if you give me a second, I will try to share my screen. And then we can get started. All right. So I believe it should work now. Very good. So before we get started, I think we are really in the middle of an automotive transition. It's almost a tipping point, and it's really driven by changes in consumer behavior, changes in regulation, and changes also in basically technology. If we take just an example, the consumer is radically changing despite COVID. Increase of ride sharing, less car ownership is still accelerating. More than almost 40% of US consumers use ride-sharing services, versus only 15% in 2015. There's also another way to access cars. So more than 50% of consumers would actually consider buying in a new vehicle online. And basically data is the right to play. It's a Netflix effect. Basically 75% of user activities based on personalized recommendation, and that will also penetrate the car. Regulation is triggering this whole transition in the automotive sector. Regulation is overtaken by industry and consumers' actions actually. So while it was a trigger point in the beginning, now 19 OEMs, more than 75% of the global volumes actually phase out internal combustion engines before regulations take hold. Individual urban driving will be painful and shared modes will benefit. So it's 150, we counted more than 150 cities in the European Union with excess regulations and excess regulation, and where shared mobility is actually growing. And sustainability, the topic of today, is an increasing force of change. In the investor community, there's more than 31 trillion US dollar assets committed to sustainable investment strategies. Software is defined, electric vehicles win the race. Vehicles are increasingly built around software, which becomes a key differentiator. So it's just a couple of facts that I wanted to highlight to really outline that we are completely in the midst of a mobility transition. Mobility will get more sustainable, it will get more affordable, and it will be also disrupt the business models that we will have. And electrification is the center of it. If we take the outlook on electrification over the next couple of years, our current perspective is actually that we just had the tipping point of electrification with more than 2 million electric vehicles sold last year globally, and it's just increasingly accelerating. Our scenarios that we modeled very recently in our model based on regulation forces, based on consumer behavior, based on technology advances, cost improvements, TCO parities, is forecasting that in 2030, we will see around 60% electrification in our accelerated scenario, which we now see as the current scenario globally. And it's if we translate that one into basically the regions, we see that actually on a percentage share, Europe is leading with around 70% electric vehicles. This includes the little share of plug-in hybrids as well in 2030, followed by China with around 65%, and the US with probably up to 60%. There has been few dynamic changes, obviously, over the last 12 to 24 months. And if we looked at this scenario a year or two ago, probably our new base case or new reference case here in the middle, the accelerated one, is what we used to call the very aggressive 2 years ago. In Europe, as we all know, the Fit for 55%, which I'm talking about in a second, came through. In the US, the new administration set a law for 50% of electric vehicles in 2030. And we think actually consumer adoption will still accelerate that, because it's not enough to reach the 1.5 degrees yet, and because the consumers are not going back. In a recent survey that we did, actually 9 out of 10 electric vehicle owners would not consider again going back to an internal combustion engine. So these are our latest scenarios. We can also break them down into segments, and we'll see that certain segments will adopt faster, certain segments will adopt slower. There's also regional differences within Europe, which we can showcase. Exactly. Just maybe one last word. We see here, we are showing battery, fuel cell, and plug-in electric vehicles. I often receive the question, how fuel cell electric vehicles, how dominant will they be in the passenger car segments? Here, our belief is that they will, in a general transport sector, they play a very complementary role to battery electric, but fuel cell will be more dominant in vehicle segments and use cases that are heavy, that drive long distances, so i.e. heavy commercial vehicles, shipping industry, and also certain applications, the passenger car environment, and in certain regions, obviously, it will be relevant, but the majority of passenger cars will be battery electric. If we go one step further, and now let's look at Europe. Europe, 75% new car sales are electric vehicles in 2030. What does it mean? It means actually that it will disrupt the powertrain value chain. So 91 billion is a new electric vehicle value chain that will be in Europe in 2030, and that comprises the batteries, power electronics, the electric drives, etc. And a lot of suppliers are fighting for market share in this fast-growing market. It also means actually that we need a steep increase of battery gigafactories. We counted that 24 gigafactories alone would be required in 2030 just for Europe that this will be sufficient supply for the demand of electric vehicles. And this is for passenger cars only, not including commercial vehicles, not including power storage, etc. But this will be an unprecedented ramp up of battery capacities, of associated raw materials, etc. We also see that we need to work on the emissions. There's 80% higher production-related emissions for an electric vehicle, especially due to the high share of aluminium and obviously the very energy-intensive production of battery cell components and battery cells. So I walked through the upper line of this chart, which is the new car sales implications. If we go on the lower line on the chart, this is the vehicle park implications. So obviously it takes time to renew the existing car park out there. And if we have 75% new car sales electric in 2030, it means roughly 1 in 4 cars on the road is an electric vehicle. 25%, every 4th car that we see on the road would be electric in 2030. It has substantial implications. And the most important implication is obviously on charging infrastructure, which is still the biggest bottleneck for a smooth electric vehicle adoption. Actually, when we have 1 in 4 cars on the road as an electric vehicle, it would mean that we have roughly 70 million electric vehicles on the road in Europe. And if we say roughly 1 in 10 cars need for 10 car electric vehicles, we need somehow a public charging point. and we count here public on the street, fast charging, we count semi-public into that, like multi-family, multi-residential homes. We count also destination charging at workplace, semi-public, this one. But it means essentially we need to get to this, let's say 7 million, 8 million charging points in 2030. We need to install 15 charging points per week from now on to make that happen. And I think this is a substantial challenge that we need to be aware of, and where different industry stakeholders need to work together on it. Electricity. I think the number that is shown here, 5% additional electricity demand in the European Union, just for battery electric vehicles to charge them, may sound not a lot, but obviously the challenge will be in the peak loads, which will be up to 4 times higher than this percentage, where grids needs to be reinforced, where we need smart charging solutions so that it can be sustained. And last but not least, I think this is very important. There has been a lot of confusion in the past in public discussions around what does Fit for 55 mean. So 55% is the reduction target for new car sales until 2030, but 55% is also the transport emission target for 2030 versus 1990. And it's obvious that ambitious regulatory target is not sufficient. So we need other means also to close the gap. We'll talk about that in a second as well. Very good. I would go now one by one through a couple of these implications. So number one is a little bit the shift in the value chain. And what we show here is basically the entire electric, the entire car, the components that make up a car supply chain that's worth 216 billion globally, in Europe, and that's basically expanding going forward. And you see how radically the shift is. We have components that basically are phasing slowly out. Sunset commodities, as they are called on the slide. Engine systems, transmissions, fuel injectors, turbochargers, etc. So those components will obviously reduce in market size, which has substantial implications for OEMs and suppliers alike. We will see an increased share of consolidation in this industry. We'll see probably some suppliers that are so-called last man standing and cash out on those components. But we will also see OEMs that will struggle basically to secure a supply chain, because those components will not only be needed until 2030, they will be needed until 2040 and even beyond, especially for aftermarket and replacement parts. We will have growing components, not surprisingly, everything related to electronics, software, batteries, etc., and the powertrain of the electric vehicle will be fast-growing environment. And this is also where disruption and new industry forces come in. We see new players that form themselves as formerly maybe being tier 2 players, electric motor, little components, all of a sudden become big electric motor suppliers. We see battery players that have obviously a big power, big power in the supply chain, and where we see also imbalances today with a lot of Asian battery players having a lot of, let's say, pricing power in the market, and this will also be disrupting the industry. And we also see for some of these components backward integration from OEMs that now obviously need to secure the supply of those important electric vehicle components and are considering the production of not only battery modules and packs, but also battery cells, the production of electric drives, etc. So it's really, the supply chain is getting disrupted. If we talk about cell demand and announced supply, we see that in 2020, we had probably 50 gigawatt hours production in Europe of batteries. In 2030, we need 1 terawatt hour in Europe, according to our latest modeling. I mean, the production that are announced by different players would be sufficient to do that. You see it's 960 versus the demand roughly 900. And it's an unprecedented increase, 20-fold increase in 10 years. Typically it takes 3 years to build a gigafactory to make it running. Then it takes sometimes even 1 year, 2 years, 3 years to ramp up the yield curve of battery cell production. And that is why we still believe, although the numbers are very similar, there might be shortages in battery supply and price peaks. And this will be also a challenge going forward. So having the right battery sourcing strategy for an OEM is absolutely crucial. And it's typically a combination of doing your own research on cells, defining your standards, working together in a strategic partnership with a cell supplier. It's also about maybe betting and hedging on innovations and going in collaborations, partnerships with some battery startups to kind of serve the next wave of technology innovation in batteries. And that's also how the supply landscape of players is actually composed. We look at Europe currently, and in the future, the 965 gigawatt hours of capacity will be split equally, you could almost say, if we believe in the announcements, by incumbent battery players, by integrators, by OEM joint ventures of battery cell production, and by startups, new startups. We see a lot of them in Italy and France, in Britain, in Germany, that go big now into battery cell production. I think one element which I need to mention on this chart, which will be essential here for battery production, is to create a value chain that is sustainable and circular. I think this will be the only way where especially the European battery industry can differentiate itself and can set a landmark for a circular battery value chain. And that will also help reduce the dependencies from mining companies, from other big companies. It will also help to reduce massively the CO2 footprint of batteries. Recycling is the single most effective CO2 abatement lever for batteries. It is also a circular system will also help improve the business case of electric vehicles, since there would be a value associated to the recycling of batteries versus a cost for disposal of batteries, which is still the fact today and which OEMs still have to accrue money for. Leaving the topic of batteries and talking a little bit about the implications, second implication on chargings. It's also a big challenge, and I mentioned it also earlier. There needs to be fast rollouts, 15,000 charging poles to be installed per week to reach the 75% of new car sales. In other words, I like the analogy that we should actually put a CO2 improvement to charging poles. So for every percentage point of CO2 reduction of the industry, we actually should link a certain number of charging poles that needs to be installed. And I think this awareness on a European level is absolutely required, that OEMs, utilities, energy companies are working together and have a clear master plan in hand, okay, where we need to roll out charging infrastructure. And it's not about only the number of charging stations and the associated high capex of it. It's also about where we need to ramp up those ones. So in Europe, obviously the mobility realities are very diverse. We have a lot of people, more than 30% living in rural areas, and we have 50% actually of Europeans living in multifamily homes, where it's often not easy actually to install wall boxes, not only because of laws that every party has to approve it. This law has been successfully already abolished, but there's other laws that prohibit the installation of the charging stations in multifamily homes, like old electricity systems in houses, and you cannot put a charging wall because that would be a penetration and then insurance would not cover anymore. Also, a lot of costs associated to that, and I think there's transparency required because it's often very easy to postulate CO2 targets and to then respond by we will sell so many EVs if the charging network is not there. This will be a big danger and issue, not only for the OEM selling the vehicles, but also for the whole aspect of making transport sustainable. Very good. If we talk about production emissions, it's a very clear fact that the production of electric vehicles is per se not greener. Basically, it's a couple of factors that we need to see. So the electric vehicle, if we see here, comparing life cycle emissions, material production and operations. Basically, there's a big part, obviously, from the BEV has roughly twice the amount of electricity and CO2 associated to the production of the vehicle, whereas obviously in operations, it will go down. And the production of an electric vehicle is especially CO2 intensive because high share of aluminium that is used, steel, battery cathode active materials, which is a very intensive, energy intensive, and plastics and others. We see the split here. And I think the efforts in Europe that we see on having green steel, but also having green cathode active materials is substantially important to reduce the production footprint of electric vehicle. But then also during operations, the electric vehicle needs to be better, and a green mix, a clean energy mix is required. So we always say that the 5% additional electricity that is needed to supply the electric vehicles in 2030 needs to be renewable, so we can actually have almost a 5 times better life cycle footprint than compared to a conventional internal combustion engine. Last but not least, and I think this is always important to see, if we look at the whole Fit for 55 deal, it means two things. It means, number one, that 55% reduction of transport emissions compared to 2019, and that is what we see here on the chart in 1999. Sorry, it's not 2019. In 1990, we have 540 gigatons, a million tons of CO2 equivalent. That needs to be reduced to basically 205 in 2030. So that's the target of the Fit for 55 program. There's another number of Fit for 55, which is actually now in place, which is the new car sales emission reduction 2030 versus 2021. And that would give us so much reduction, only 170 million tons. So there would be still a huge gap to the, let's say, 55 transport. And we believe that it can be reduced, but it needs to have different measures. First of all, we will maybe increase this by having more electric vehicles sold in 2030 than we actually need to. If we look at the announcements of OEMs, how much share they target to sell electric vehicles in 2030. If we look at the consumer sentiment, we actually believe that there will be more electric vehicles sold than the pure regulatory targets in 2030. But that still is not sufficient. If we wanted to close that and be in line with the 1.5 degree targets, I think it's important to use also the potential of bio and syn fuels. It's probably not as relevant for the passenger car segment, but especially in the commercial vehicle segment, it's fundamental to use the potential. There are sources of bio waste that can be used that have actually a negative CO2 production footprint. If you just look at animal waste on farms, manure, for example, if you don't let the methane get into the atmosphere, but flare it and have the gas, take the gas, make it to methane and then burn it in a truck, for example, and there's a substantial CO2 abatement potential, which is not replacing anything of electrification, but which will be an additional measure to get us closer to 1.5 degrees. It's also about reducing kilometers traveled. by switching to shared, increasing the efficiency and people that are traveling in cars on average. And it's also maybe some means to accelerate the ICE park turnover. If to some of the older cars can be replaced earlier, that would also have a significant benefit. So we calculated with those three means and levers down there that this gap could actually be closed in the future. For commercial vehicles would be different. This one would be much higher, the bio-on-syn fuel lever, but there is a way to get there. And I think the current ambitions from OEMs, from consumers, from different players of the different industries are going in the right direction. And we see here a very optimistic, let's say, outlook in the industry that, yeah, people are all going in one direction. I think infrastructure recycling is still a big obstacle to be solved, but at least the indications are there already that there's a European charging master plan on a European level that's been elaborated. There's also a lot of companies investing in different forms of recycling and creating circular batteries. There's also big efforts to decarbonize the value chain and not only look at tailpipe emissions, green steel efforts, green battery efforts, and the like. Yeah, and increased share of OEMs not only put electric vehicle targets out there, but also scope 2 and scope 3 emission targets to get there. So I think it's all going in a very good direction. And since we are on a Friday, I'd like to close that also with an optimistic outlook into the future. And by that, I'd like to thank you for the attendance. I would have loved that this would be a little bit more interactive, but I hope that it's still interesting and thought-provoking.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Thank you so much for that thought-provoking presentation, and thank you for putting in the effort and all the good work that you do. Just very quickly before I let you go, you have shared in your presentation, we see so much momentum in Europe with regards to EV. What is the main reasons, drivers behind this phenomenon?
I think main reason why we see so, first of all, it's a global momentum. But in Europe, it has been, especially despite the COVID crisis, I think sustainability has been one of the trends that has been accelerated despite that. I think it's driven by consumer mindset, the wish to have clean cities, but the wish also to be mobile and have mobility. And I think, in the past, in Europe, we were the innovators of the combustion engines. I think now we need to be the innovators of the next generation technologies that will drive our planes, cars, and commercial vehicles. So innovations made in Europe, fuel cells, electric drives, hopefully even batteries. I think this will be the job engine of the future and will allow us to be as mobile as we have been in the past while keeping our cities cleaner and greener. So I think this will be a big progression going forward. And I think, there's consumer sentiment and companies sentiment and regulatory sentiment that pull on one string that have made that acceleration possible over the last 2 years.
And Patrick, you're of course based in Germany, so that's where the big players are located, like Mercedes, you have Volkswagen. When do you think we can see more of the Chinese EVs? Because we spoke to the co-founder of NIO just now, Cheng. When can we see the Chinese EVs, you think, on European streets at a large scale?
I think at a large, we will see similar, like we saw Japanese cars coming into the market. We will see also Chinese cars coming into market. I think in the end, it will be a healthy competition. Mm-hmm. I'll see, but it's difficult to put a date, but I think they mix up the competitive environment in a few years. In 2-3 years, we'll see them more and more on the street. And it's been a healthy environment. I think from a, let's say, hardware point of view, this will not be so, let's say, differentiating anymore. The powertrain is, if it's a Chinese powertrain or German powertrain, maybe in some segments there's huge differences, but generally it's not the differentiating. I think the differentiating factor will be the software and really the human-machine interface, the digital experience of the car. And I think there we can learn a lot from some of the Chinese innovators, as you mentioned right now. So it will be an interesting competition that's coming up.
Great insights. Thank you so much, Patrick Schaufuss, partner of McKinsey Center for Future Mobility. Thank you for joining us.
Very much, and have a great rest of the weekend.
Most welcome. All right, now let's move on to the next item in our agenda. As global cities look beyond the pandemic, they face mounting challenges such as traffic, pollution, safety. At the same time, new mobility solutions enabled by 5G and edge computing promise to transform transportation systems with data-driven insights that will provide city leaders with greater visibility than ever before. So to discuss this, I am joined by Samir Sharma, Global GM, New IoT Markets, #Smart Cities, Intelligent Transportation, Board Member, Powering a Smarter World with AI and Data and Intel, and Paul Gray, CEO of Cohda Wireless. And also joining us here is Dr. Fabrizio Arneodo, Chief Technology Officer of 5T. It's going to be a very, very interesting discussion. So if you would like to talk to our panel, you can of course send your questions into the Q&A tab. There's a Q&A tab on our Hopin platform. I believe that's on the right side. So on the right side, you'll see the chat as well as the Q&A. And if you put your questions into the Q&A tab, it's just easier for me to facilitate the questions with our viewers because of course I have all the content and I have to maneuver as well a couple of electronics here on this table, let me tell you. So that's why you are doing me a favor by putting your questions into the Q&A tab. It is, after all, the last day of the International Mobility Summit. Therefore, I urge you really to get involved and maximize your time here by really asking questions, giving us your comments. So let's jump straight into the next item of our agenda. We have the gentlemen ready for us. Let's cross over to them now. Over to you.
Hi, folks. A very warm welcome to our session today for cities and transformation and how everything is getting transformed through the use of technology. My name is Samir Sharma. I'm the Global General Manager for Cities and Transportation at Intel. And it's my team's role to bring together the best of all the assets we are investing in on the edge, in the network, and in the cloud to make sure that our partners are able to build together solutions, end-to-end solutions with the best technologies Intel has to offer. Today, the way we're going to spend the time is we'll start with about 20 minutes of a quick introduction and our view of the world. And then I'm going to bring in a couple of well-respected names in the industry and have a panel conversation with them. So with that, let me get started. We are in the middle, as I said, of a massive transformation. And if you look at the global landscape, we have what I would call the cities view, which is globally, there are 33 mega cities, 4,000 cities and about 2.5 million towns. But what's really connecting them is 25,000 planes, 246 million trucks and commercial vehicles, 17 million buses, 1.4 billion cars. Not surprisingly, that's the largest number, but also 50,000 ships. And then we have railways being connected over about 1.38 million kilometers of track. So if you think about this as a massive global connectivity system, this is really the infrastructure, the moving pieces, as well as the static infrastructure that's helping those moving things, move goods, move people, that's making our world go around. I'll talk a little bit about how COVID impacted this, but as we are slowly coming out on the other side of that pandemic, I think the relevance, the importance of transportation will only keep increasing. That's our point of view. And why is that, right? Today, we already see our infrastructure overburdened. But if you look at our population growth, which is especially in the urban areas, which is growing exponentially, in about 10 years, we will have 41 mega cities. These are cities that have inhabitants that are with 10 million or more of population in these cities. And in 20 years, by 2050, the demand for urban mobility is expected to grow 2.6 times. And so everything we see in terms of public transportation infrastructure, shared ride opportunities, as well as the road infrastructure itself, It needs to be enhanced to be able to satisfy this demand. So what is our vision and how are we approaching it? Intel and our partners are very focused on not making this a technology first conversation. We are really starting with the desired citizen benefits in mind. What are the pain points of different cities across the globe? Recognizing that the needs, the solutions need to be hyper customized for every city. Yet to find scale, to bring down the cost, we have to make sure that we're finding scale. So we are finding those common use cases and investing together with our partners on the technology front. But we also keep in mind, what is the structure around the policy in that particular part of the world? What does the governance structure look like? Where does the funding come from? And then almost as a last step, we focus on what technologies do we have to already offer to make these use cases real, to solve these pain points, and how do we take an edge to network to cloud perspective in everything we do. Here are the three big areas, or the three big buckets. I talked about finding common themes and scale. They are around transportation and mobility, public safety and critical infrastructure, and sustainability, which is becoming a very, very big topic quite rapidly. On the left, you can see we actually work with a third-party research firm to say, if these were properly implemented, how much time could an average citizen save? So that we can translate all this technical details and the use cases into, if I'm a citizen, what does it mean? What does it mean for me? And as we know, in our busy lives, time is one commodity almost everyone values. On the right-hand side, you can see some of the public safety use cases in blue, and then some of the transportation use cases that I will get into in more detail. As I said earlier, COVID took everyone by surprise. We didn't choose this crisis, but we can choose how to deal with it and what to learn from it to create a level of resilience for whatever next unexpected crisis may come our way. And one thing that became very clear is this digital transformation of our physical world is not only here to stay, it's actually accelerated. So here are a few examples of use cases that our customers have enabled based on Intel technology. Whether it's around the ability to get around with things like using video analytics for facial mask detection, keyless entry, or it's on the comfort and cleanliness side with sanitization, contactless payments, contactless vending machines, disinfecting robots, and so on. So we're seeing a bunch of these use cases enabled. I came here last year and we talked about the massive infrastructure transformation happening in cities. Today, I'm going to zoom in a bit more and focus on a few areas of transportation. When we look at the modes of transportation, we think about the road infrastructure, we think about the airports, the railways, we think about the marine and ports, and finally fleet management, whether it's for public transit capacity management of fleet that's owned by the city, or even applications like e-commerce. These topics are becoming more and more relevant and are increasing in importance. So let's zoom in a little bit to see, what customers are doing and what trends do we see. So if you look at the road infrastructure first, whether it's the connected vehicle technology, the environmental considerations where there is an effort to reduce the emissions, the evolving funding models where a lot more of CapEx spending is getting converted into OpEx spending, a lot more focus on public-private partnership. If you look at new monetization models that come with it, and ultimately what's driving this innovation is just the growth in traffic. We expect by 2040, as I said earlier, the global traffic volume will more than double. And managing this traffic, doesn't require us to keep building new roads and new lanes. That would be the brute force method. And as I'll show you on the next slide, on this slide, there is a smarter way to think about this as a system of systems where we can optimize the investments we've already made, the space we already have, the highways, the intersections, to make sure the traffic flows better. Because as I remind my partners and the end customers, the objective is not to go and keep building new roads and new lanes and new intersections. It's to help traffic flow better. And if technology can help us do that, we should absolutely go invest in that area. So the benefit to the cities are obviously, and the citizens are very obvious, right? Reducing the travel times, improving the safety, reducing the number of accidents, and ultimately helping people move around more efficiently and safely. But what does that mean in terms of the specific use cases? You can see in the icon and the graphic on the right, everything from intelligent traffic management, which is about optimizing traffic flow through an intersection using, for example, video cameras for real-time analysis, but not just at the intersection level, at the city level. Smart parking and tolling. Edge services are becoming a big topic of discussion. I'll talk about this a bit later in the context of 5G investments. EV charging, as the conversion of our overall fleet, whether it's public or private, shifts over from gasoline-based engines to more EV-based engines. Road condition monitoring and maintenance, public transit management, smart pavements. One of the things cities are trying to do is also figure out how to monetize what they are calling curb space. Because with the increase in e-commerce, with all these e-commerce delivery trucks parked on the side, that's becoming a big pain point. But the cities are also thinking about how they can monetize the curbside space. Geospatial mapping and the digital twin creation, and finally, first responders and the emergency response. And so all of these use cases are being enabled. Some of them are further along than others. And so we're very carefully prioritizing what we can do to help here and now, while paving the path for these future use cases to become real. And then finally, aligning our technology roadmap to those needs. So if we shift gears and we talk about railways and what's happening there, some of the same trends that I talked about on the roadway side apply here as well. I think the urban population is definitely booming. I think there's a constant desire to automate as much of the operations as possible and reduce the cost, improve the efficiency, improve the safety. But there is also, I think, this notion of we need to start looking at the city transportation system as a system of systems versus typically a siloed approach that has been taken in many parts of the world. So how do we break down these silos and pull it all together? And then final piece is on the technology side, how do we do what we're calling edge workload consolidation? So if you're putting a system in place, for example, passenger screen doors or payment systems, can you think about what else can be incorporated into that system? So this, instead of building multiple smaller systems for these different use cases, can we collapse them on to an intelligent connected node and use that to move things faster and be more efficient and so on? So we tend to think about railway and infrastructure, the corresponding infrastructure, in three big buckets. The first one is, what does the passenger experience look like from the time you get to a subway station or a railway station? From access control to payment systems, and especially in the context of COVID, can we do things like contactless payment systems? Then we talk about safety and security on board the railway itself. And finally, how do we more efficiently do things like predictive maintenance? And let me walk through these very quickly and give some examples. So when it comes to the passenger experience, everything from onboard infotainment to passenger safety and health hazard monitoring, to luggage scanning, to ticketing and the touchless option there, people counting and statistics to optimize public transit capacity management would be some examples. When it comes to the safety and security aspect, we look at things like wheel inspection, driver assistant, asset tracking, wayside controller. This is the controller that indicates to the train whether it's okay to keep going on the track or pause and stop for some time. And finally, on predictive maintenance side, we have multiple solutions, ruggedized industrial PCs that help with things like, railway processing railway cameras for object detection on the track. One of the more interesting use cases I heard recently from one of our PRC customers was pantograph inspection. So this is the hook that connects the electric railway to the overhead transmission line, and putting a camera up there for a constant real-time analytics to make sure nothing needs to be updated, nothing is broken, everything is working great, and automating that whole process. That was one interesting use case, the pantograph inspection solution use case that I recently heard about. And the reality is, once we have this infrastructure available, we're hearing about a lot more new creative use cases that our customers are bringing up as potential pain points, and therefore solvable through a combination of technology and partnerships. If we shift gears and we talk about this bigger bucket of fleet management, and for me, fleet management is everything from public transit capacity management to, all of us know during COVID, the number of online shopping options have exploded. The online delivery market has exploded, and e-commerce delivery, so managing those kind of solutions. And once again, I think the connected part of the, both the edge AI as well as the connected vehicle technology is completely changing the game here. The edge AI for multiple use cases, and I'll show you in a minute, but also the environmental considerations, right? These massive trucks, these massive public fleet buses use up a lot of fuel. So anything you can optimize, whether it's routes or how they operate, can actually help us from an environmental aspect as well. Later today, we're going to talk with a couple of esteemed panelists, and one of the topics we'll cover is V2X and how the connectivity in the vehicle is changing the game. So when we look at the fleet, we think about this in terms of moving people and moving cargo or goods. So on the cargo side and delivery side, we see use cases like vehicle monitoring, navigation, idle monitoring, predictive maintenance, driver behavior management. Are they getting distracted, feeling sleepy? Maybe alert them. Cargo management, and finally advanced telematics. Lots of study on fuel efficiency and so on and so forth. On the public transit side, everything from ticketing to passenger counting and monitoring to capacity management, but also some of the use cases span across these things, for example, around the driver behavior monitoring and driver management. One interesting use case I can share with you is currently we are working with Microsoft Genetec, which is a video solution provider that uses Intel technology, a collaborative called CityTech Collaborative in the city of Chicago here in the US, to optimize and figure out what does the real-time public transit capacity look like. On certain routes, do we need to be able to add more buses to the same route or reduce the number of buses on a different route, and do things like post-pandemic reopening to make sure these buses are not overcrowded and so on and so forth. So in the next few weeks and months ahead, you'll hear more from us on that pilot, but also on, on many similar pilots that we are enabling with partners in different parts of the world. Marine is the next area of focus for us. And just in terms of how much of a critical point this is becoming, we've all heard about the supply chain logistic issues. One story that I recently heard from a customer, and this is very recent. Right now in the port of LA here in the US, about a month ago, 33 ships were backlogged and waiting to unload their containers and cargo. About 2 weeks ago, that number went up to 56. And as of yesterday, we had 77 ships waiting in line to disembark and unload their cargo. Think about the ripple effect an issue like that has on our entire economy. Parts don't get shipped, systems don't get built, people don't get what they need. And sometimes, it's not even optional purchase that we want to do. Sometimes these are critical things, medical supplies and so on that get impacted. We are a globally connected community. And so the maritime is one area which has been sort of shaken into accelerating this digital transformation. And whether it's port-centric logistics, whether it's interconnected smart shipping, whether it's a focus on how the passenger and the cargo stays safe throughout the entire journey, whether it's about the new marine regulations that are coming around, especially around sustainability, and finally, the digital technology and advancement in creating things like digital twins. Once again, we tend to look at, from a market perspective, look at this in multiple buckets. Container shipping, which is about goods and cargo, But then cruise lines and ports, which support, cruise lines are obviously about people, but port supports the movement of all kinds of ships and containers. And right now, we are seeing an unbelievable amount of activity on the port side, especially with concepts like private 5G networks. So let me start there. Our customers are doing everything from access control to automated yard inventory to object and obstruction detection to container tracking and automating the movement of these forklifts. We've got customers who are using video analytics to scan barcodes on the side of the containers and make sure they are handled properly and they are sitting and they're moved to the right place. Cruise lines is still coming up. We see a lot of initial interest, but still waiting for that market to get back into top gear. But some of the things I talked about around social distancing, around mask detection, around touchless interaction applies to cruise lines. Container shipping, as I said, is becoming a big issue because it feeds directly into the supply chain logistics. And my sense is things are going to get worse before they get better, but they will get better. Because while things are getting worse, I can see our partners, I can see the end users investing in technology to improve the things here. I thought I'll quickly share with you, in addition to the examples I shared, what some of our partners are doing around the world. And we picked examples from different parts of the world because we are a global company, our customers are global. So GHC Tech is a PRC customer that's using our technology to improve real-time tolling and parking capabilities. And when they're able to detect through video analytics, a particular car is coming through, automatically charge it and do it high speed, they're able to help the entire traffic system move faster. And that results in an efficiency because we know whether on the highway, the toll system booth, and in a city, the traffic intersections tend to be the bottleneck. So if you can do anything to unblock these bottlenecks, you can move things faster. AD-Link is a partner based out of Taiwan, but a global company that's helping us do more work globally. And so they had a European railway customer who wanted to use video analytics to detect if there's any kind of object lying on the track. And they were able to use one of our systems to do that. And then Genetec, I already gave that example. This specifically is referring to the city of Chicago, and you'll hear more about it soon. So to summarize it, I think what we have is a data-centric vision that focuses on open data platforms. We want to focus on solutions that are repeatable, can be deployed again and again. And we want to focus on the edge workload convergence because edge is where the real world sits, and so we want to make sure we bring the best of our capabilities there. As you are assessing and getting started with some of these projects, do look at some of the resources I've outlined here. You can search for Intel Smart Cities, Intel Transportation. We are here to help. We want to make sure this is part of our contribution as a responsible corporate citizen to a more sustainable, better world. And so, what we encourage you to think about is while you're looking at something specific, also look at the broader citywide needs. Pick a project, establish a governance structure, and then finally explore funding options to get started. And as I like to say, tell my team and our partners, let's think big, because what we are doing will have massive impact on every life on this planet and will enrich it. But let's start small. We don't have to wait for everything to be clear before we get started. And finally, we need to move fast. We need to iterate. And so let's think big, start small, and move fast. With that, I thank you for giving me the time to share my thoughts on this front. We're going to shift gears and quickly move over to our very esteemed panel. And so if I can bring back the I'm assuming our folks can see our 4 participants. So let me introduce my 2 peers who will join me in the panel conversation for the next 20 minutes. We have Fabrizio Arneodo, who is the CTO for 5T SRL, based out of Italy. This is a regional agency that has multiple ITS systems under management. Fabrizio is a well-known name on the standardization front, both regionally and at the European level. So Fabrizio, thank you for joining us.
Very welcome, thank you.
We also have Paul Gray, who is the CEO of Cohda Wireless, which is a very well-known name in the V2X world. Paul actually joined as as the chief engineer for the company and went on to become the CEO. And under him, the company has really expanded globally. And as I said, is now a very well-known name in the world of connected vehicles. So Paul and Fabrizio, welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's start with Paul. And this is really meant to be a conversation. So let's start with sort of a broader view, right? You've spent a lot of time enabling V2X capabilities. So Paul, as you look at your company, as you look at the work you're doing with partners, we talk about V2X helping with road safety, with congestion. Paint for us a picture for what are the benefits and opportunities with regard to enabling the V2X in general.
Yeah, certainly. So, as you mentioned, V2X, really promises improvements in safety, mobility, and the environment. So, and it does that in a number of ways. Through, I guess, V2X, stands for, vehicle to everything communications, which could be vehicle to vehicle, and that's a big part of what safety is about. So, allowing vehicles to talk to each other, to give them awareness of all the other vehicles and road users around them. With the primary purpose of improving safety. Likewise, it's vehicle to infrastructure communications, where the vehicles are talking directly to the traffic management systems of the city. So those vehicles become more tightly integrated with the traffic management systems. And of course, any improvements that we can get there by reducing congestion have a flow-on effect into improvements in the environmental impact of our transportation systems. And so,
Paul, sorry, keep going. I didn't mean to interrupt. I thought you were done. Please go ahead.
No, so I'm just saying, and how can that really, have benefits over other sensors such as ADAS systems in vehicles and ITS systems, intelligent transport systems in the roadside. And I think that's really it brings its benefit from the network effect. So the value of those sensors in ADAS and ITS systems grows linearly with the number of sensors. But with a connected vehicle system, it's really growing with the square of the number of users that are involved. So you can really get some significant enhancement of value that way through V2X.
Paul, I love the point you made about thinking about this as a system of systems and not just the primary benefits, but the secondary and tertiary benefits as you instrument and you make these things work well with each other. So let's have Fabrizio talk about something amazing that 5T team has done. They have almost 34,000 kilometers of roads under supervision, real-time monitoring for accidents, for traffic congestion. Can you just help us take a step back and share with us what was the objective of the program and how is it going and what have you learned and how is it having a positive impact?
Yeah, sure. We, as you mentioned, my company is in charge to manage the traffic operations center of the Piedmont region, that is the northwest part of Italy, and so quite huge part of the territory. And the challenge is to monitor the traffic flows and accidents and so forth in order to enable infomobility services for citizens. Since we are a public administration agency, our main purpose is to provide public services for citizens. And to do that, we deploy a system based on approaching the traffic management based on models for the offer and for the demand of transportation, using also, measurements coming from the field, from the roads, from classic traffic sensors, but also from connected vehicles using the so-called floating car data. So the interesting thing, the challenge was to use a mathematical approach like a simulation, but to provide the real-time services. So having an injection of measurements every 5 minutes, coming from the field and coming from connected vehicles. The results have two basically aspects. The former is, as I already mentioned, to enable information services for citizens available on several channels, mobiles, on the car, on website, and so forth. The latter is also to provide back office services for public administration, because gathering a so huge amount of transportation data is quite interesting for mobility analysis, and in particular for also supporting the administration in taking a decision in the city for infrastructure changes, or to try to move and to change the so-called modal split. So moving, for example, people from the car to public transportation or to micromobility. And this is a very it's a very interesting aspect in this pandemic period in my city. For example, we basically are in charge to monitor the last 1 year and a half what are the behavior of the mobility. And in particular, we noticed that the usage of micromobility, so bicycles, scooter, and so forth, had an incredible increasing usage, probably for the safety reason, in terms of avoiding a lot of people moving in the same vehicles like buses, trams, or trains. And so, just to complete the answer, basically, what we experiment sometimes, or better, frequently, is to deploy a system for a precise scope, for a precise purpose, and we have interesting side effect. For example, what I mentioned about the gathering a huge amount of data and the analysis that we can do on those data.
Got it. Thank you, Fabrizio. I'll come back to you. You mentioned real time. I think that's an intriguing angle. Coming back to you, Paul, we talked about the benefits of the V2X systems. So obviously, it feels like a little bit of a no-brainer. Why shouldn't we go do it? But the reality is there are barriers to adoption. There are issues, on the policy side, funding side, standards, also probably on the technology side. Give us paint a picture for us on what these barriers are, and how are we overcoming them together?
Yeah, indeed. I think those barriers or those challenges really come back to the downside of the network effect, in that if it does have limited value for early adopters. If everybody has a V2X connected vehicle, it's a no-brainer, as you say, that you should have one as well. But if you're the first person in your village with a V2X connected vehicle, really it's not going to be able to talk to anything, and it's not going to have much value for you. And I think this chicken or egg problem is particularly thorny for road operators, because it's hard for them to justify the deployment of the infrastructure before the vehicles are available. And so, that I think is one of the biggest barriers or the contributors to the slowness of the deployment. In order to address this, we've been really looking at solutions that can create immediate value for road operators whilst remaining future-proof for V2X. For example, we're deploying roadside units that can track smartphones now, but still be V2X connected, V2X roadside units in the future. Likewise, roadside units that incorporate video analytics. So there's a lot you can do with the video system today, which in the future, you can also be sharing that data via V2X, using cooperative perception. So, I think it's a key way to try and accelerate deployment is really, create solutions that road operators can justify deploying now, and hence can create value for those early adopters.
Got it. Makes sense. I like the example you shared around network effect. If I'm the only one with WhatsApp on my phone, it's not very useful, is it?
Yes.
I need my friends and family and eventually everyone to have it. Makes sense. So you touched on the real-time monitoring aspect, right? I talk about how edge AI and connectivity is so critical, and one of the reasons it's critical is to get a real-time picture of what's going on, because information gets stale very quickly when it comes to reacting to it, right? If there's an accident, you need to know when it's happening. If it's traffic congestion, you need to know when it's building up, right? Not 5 hours later, not the next day. So how do you instrument this real-time monitoring capability? What role does technology play, and what are the challenges? Share with us a picture of that.
Yes, concerning traffic management, basically we have two approach. One is a technological approach, and the second is, also the creation of an ecosystem. I would start from the latter. The ecosystem, I mean, we are in charge to manage a traffic operations center, but we are not the only entity dealing with management of real-time data concerning mobility. There is the police department, the other entities, and we are strictly in contact with them. For example, last year we had a flood in our territory, so bad weather condition, and so there was it was created a task force to have a frequent update on what's going on. So taking all the information coming from all these affected parties in terms of, for example, monitoring or closure of preemptive closure of bridges and something like that. Concerning technology, basically we have we use image recognition. For example, we are in charge to monitor the tunnels in the Turin city, and we have technology to recognize automatically if a vehicle is stopped in the tunnel or is driving in the wrong way, or in case of fire, smoke in the tunnel, something like that. There is an automatic alarm generation. And so our operators are in real time advised of a potentially bad situation, because sometimes we have false alarms, and with the surveillance camera, it's possible also to double check if it's a real dangerous situation or not.
Fantastic. Fabrizio, I know we are coming at the end of our time slot here, and we could continue conversing for another hour or two, right? For the folks, for our audience, we try to bring you a global view with Fabrizio in Italy, Paul in Australia, and myself on the West Coast here in the US in San Francisco Bay Area. And so we're spanning all the time zones and hopefully also give you a global perspective. There's a ton of more information to share. And I hope next year we can all get together physically face-to-face and continue this conversation and the learning that comes with it.
Yes, looking forward.
Thank you, and back to our host.
Looking forward to have all of you in person next year. Thank you very much, Fabrizio, Paul, and Samir. Here in the summit, we have talked a lot about transport and cities and their role in climate change. But what about sports? Motorsports, to be specific. Enter Pure ETCR, a new chapter in electric racing. To share more with you, I am so delighted to be joined by the guys from Pure ETCR, Xavier Gavary, the series director, and Gauthier de Stopani, the sustainability manager from Pure ETCR, where they've got lots to share with us today. So let's head over to our guys that will expand more about electric racing and why it's important. Why are they the movers and shakers in the motorsport industry? What's so different about this compared to the other existing motorsport events? They will answer our questions. So let's head over to Xavier Gavary and Gauthier de Stopani. Gentlemen, over to you.
Hello, how are you?
Hello.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. We are very, very excited to be part of the Electronomus Summit. That's a great opportunity. We are sorry not to be able to be with you in Copenhagen, in this wonderful city of Copenhagen, but we are more than delighted to present you this racing series, the Pure ETCR. So the electromobility is everywhere. We talked about this all week long. We know that it's in the streets of Copenhagen, but not only. The soft mobility is everywhere, and if the automotive sector is living a revolution, the sports sector and the racing sectors is also living a revolution. So now we're going to talk about sports, we're going to talk about entertainment, we're going to talk about racing. The Pure ETCR, and this is what we're going to talk about, is the very first 100% electric touring car series that has been launched in 2021. It's a series of its time because it's really a symbol on track of what's going on in the streets in our everyday life. So maybe for the viewers to understand what we're talking about, we have a first video, which is a kind of a best of one of our race, and it's the right moment to display it so everybody know exactly what we're talking about.
The dawn of a new era, Pure ETCR, the world's first multi-brand, purely electric touring car championship, and these are the most powerful cars. The DHL Super Final is go! Ashkenar carving his way up the order. Disaster, Farfus spins from the lead. Ashkenar is through. Are you ready? The checkered flag is out. Mikael Ashkenar wins the Super Final. And Mikael Ashkenar, the Roman Emperor, the king of the weekend in Vallelunga.
Hope you enjoyed it. I think it's a video is always better than words. But first of all, I would like to introduce ourselves. With Gauthier, we work for a company that used to be named Eurosport Events, and that is now named Discovery Sports Events. The name has been recently changed to present and to represent the major change that has been created and the number of new series we are in charge of. So this is very recent. Gauthier, you can display the presentation, I guess. So Eurosport Events is the promoter of the promoting arm of Discovery Group, which is a mega media giant. And Eurosport Events, now Discovery Sports Events, is the proud promoter and organizer of several series, international series, mainly in motorsports with the EWC, so the Endurance World Championship, the European Rally Championship, the World Touring Car Cup, and now the Pure ETCR. We also develop ourselves in track cycling with the UCI Track Champions League, and we're gonna have the very first events at the end of this year, 6 events in 2021. We will be as well from 2022 the promoter of the Speedway Grand Prix with the FIM, and from 2023 onwards the FIA Electric GT. So there's a real path towards electromobility. We are historically mainly dedicated to motorsports. Now we are turning electric with the Pure ETCR and the Electric GT in the future. Vas-y, Gauthier. So electromobility is important, and definitely the Pure ETCR is one of the pioneers in that field. In a nutshell, the Pure ETCR is the world's first electric multi-brand touring car championship. As I've said before, we're going to be an FIA Touring Car World Cup from 2022 onwards, and we are very excited about this. And it's high performance and exciting competition. We showcase the excitement of electromobility. We showcase the excitement and the power of the batteries and the power of electromobility through racing. So it's a very innovative racing format and sporting format because we want to be different. We want to be different because we are presenting a kind of a Grand Slam tournament of motorsports. So we have a tournament. First of all, we don't have qualifying, but we replaced the qualifying with a draw. So it's a random draw, which is done on the Friday evening. And then we have rounds of battles. So if you want to follow the Pure ETCR, it's exactly the same way you follow a Grand Slam tournament in tennis. So it means that you have battles with several competitors on track at the same time. We have a certain power. We have some tools to make the race more exciting with a boost and power up, which are delivered to the car. So there's more overtaking and stuff. So it's extremely exciting. And we have all weekend long those rounds of battle that you can follow on our social media, on television as well. And I will present you more precisely how to follow the Pure ETCR later on. At the end of the weekend, we have, after our DHL Super Final, we have a king or a queen in the future, hopefully, a king or a queen of the weekend. We want to be different as well because we have different type of cars. Those cars are real beasts, but they look like the cars you can find in the streets. And that's the real particularity of the touring car category. Touring car category over the last 60 years, have always showcased the cars which are sold by manufacturers. It's a proper racing car, but that look like the car you can buy down the street. So those cars are beasts because they have 500 kilowatts, which is the equivalent of nearly 700 horsepower. So it's what you can see here is a touring car, but with the equivalent power of a Bugatti Veyron. So it's extremely powerful, and that brings a lot of entertainment and a lot of fun on track to follow those cars. And this is the message we want to deliver, to show that touring cars and electric cars are super exciting on track, and can be super exciting for you as well when you go with your family on holiday and on the weekend. We want to be different as well because we have different structures, and we want to showcase electromobility through our structures. The very first one is what we call the energy station. So it's the heart of the paddock. It's the masterpiece of the series. This is where the cars are recharged when they get back from the track. And we have hydrogen generator to recharge them. We want to have a clean race, and Gauthier will explain you briefly later on. We want to have a clean race, so we recharge the cars with green hydrogen through hydrogen generators. And this is done in front of the eyes of the public, so people can come, walk around the energy station and see how easy it is to recharge your cars, as you could do down the street, as you could do in your home. We want to be different as well because we have we talked about the beasts before. We unleash the beasts, and we have a very, very unprecedented type of launch from the track with this starting gate. So it's like horse riding. The cars are behind the gate. There's no lights, but the gate open and then the cars leave. So this is very, very new. And once again, we want it to be different because we want people to see that there's a revolution in the automotive industry, but also a revolution in the sports industry. So in 2021, we had a 5-race calendar because it's our very first season. So we had to start with those 5 races. We have been to Copenhagen, funny enough. We will have time to exchange about Copenhagen later on, I hope. So we started in Italy, Spain, Copenhagen, Hungary, and we were supposed to go to South Korea, but because of the pandemic, for obvious reasons, this race has been cancelled and replaced by Pau-Arnos in the southwest of France. That will be the last round of the series for this first season in a couple of weeks. Let's talk about sustainability, Gauthier, because it's completely part of our DNA. Electromobility is going in the way of sustainability, and electric racing is also going towards sustainability.
Yeah, that's why we put sustainability really in the heart of our championship and of our strategy. As you may know, 2050 is a very important date. Actually, more than 110 major governments announced to be carbon neutral at that time. So, as you briefly explained it before, Xavier, our aim is to show that electric vehicles can be fast, they can be fun, they can be sexy. And the idea is to accelerate the energy transition. And of course, as an actor of this transition, we took immediate action in our championship this year. So we banished the air freight. Air freight creates 90% more CO2 emission by kilometer than the sea freight. We optimized our calendar by continent in order to limit the long freight and the long personal journey for all the staff. With our partner Goodyear, we create all-weather good tires, of course, to limit production and also to limit transportation issues. With our partner H2, so the hydrogen generator, we focus on to create the hydrogen. We are going to recharge our car. We only use electricity to power them. So we have 100% green racing. And on a more global strategy, we partner with EarthDay.org, which is a global association organizing the Earth Day on the 8th of April. And we signed at the beginning of last year the United Nations Sport for Climate Action framework. And those partnerships allows us to develop short, mid, and long-term sustainable methods in order to reduce in a short and long and future our environmental impact. And all those actions, plus all the on-site actions we have and we do, made Discovery Sport events, so at the promoter scale, to be the third promoter in the history after the Formula E and the Formula One to be 3-star accredited by the FIA.
Thank you, Gauthier. We definitely want to make the sports differently on the track itself, the action itself, but also on a sustainable way. The automotive sector must change. We all must change the way we act on our everyday life. And the Pure ETCR is clearly a window for this. We have a carbon neutral race. We are completely sustainable in the way we do things. We are very humble as well. We know it will take a long time to be completely sustainable. We are talking about racing, definitely, but we want to do things differently. Our goals, because we have many other goals, of course, we want to be disruptive, we want to be innovative. So we have a different racing format. I talked about this, no qualifying, Grand Slam tournament. We have connectivity as well, because this is what we want to promote. The cars that are sold now are electric, but they are also connected, and we are promoting connectivity and connections between the car, the pits, and the spectators on a very specific way. We have a video game style because we have to be very modern. We have to be appealing for the new audience. We need to attract a new fan base. We need to talk to everybody, women, men, young, older, everybody, because this is the reality of electric cars that will be direct link between everybody in the future. A reality TV concept as well that we make to be slightly different and be once again more attractive and more appealing for younger generations. And we have short programs. So those short programs can be seen very easily on social media. You can get in, get out. You can see one race, two races, one battle, two battles, or the entire program. In terms of broadcast strategy, we base our main pillar on the linear broadcast with live programs. So we are obviously displayed on Eurosport, which is our mother company, part of the Discovery Group. We also have OTT broadcast and streaming, because this is the modern way of watching television and watching TV programs on the Eurosport player, on Discovery Plus, and on many other OTT broadcasters. We are on social media. We have dedicated Twitch programs. We're on YouTube, we're on Instagram, on Facebook, and so on. And at the end of the season, we're going to make a kind of Drive to Survive style programs, what we call scripted programs that will be broadcast on Discovery Plus, and not only. For our first season, we already have 30 broadcasters around the world, which is not bad for a first season, I must say, in nearly 160 countries, and we have roughly 6 broadcasters live for our program. So we invite you to go on our Instagram, to follow the account, and to follow the races. It's extremely exciting. There's a dogfight on track. It's very, very nice to see and to watch, and we hope you're gonna join us very soon. It's done for the presentation.
For the presentation, but we're not done with the chit chat, because I really enjoyed your presentation, and thank you so much for sharing with us more about Pure ETCR. First of all, I wanted to say, we are in Copenhagen right now, and I know both of you guys have got some deep connections with the city. Can you share with us more about that?
Yeah, Copenhagen is one of the key cities for us. We first of all we select our cities and we select our circuits for their sustainable approach. This is something extremely important. So we went this year to Vallelunga, which is the very first electric connected circuit. It's a 100% sustainable circuit because they produce 100% of their needs in terms of electricity. We've been to Aragon as well in Spain, which is pretty advanced in terms of technology and electromobility and a new way of developing green energies. Copenhagen was pretty obvious for us for this first season, because Copenhagen will be the very first carbon neutral city on the planet, capital city on the planet, I think in 2025, if I'm not wrong. So that makes sense to get to Copenhagen and enjoy the excitement of electromobility shared by all the people in Copenhagen and by our community of fans.
You're absolutely right. Copenhagen has a plan, a 2025 climate plan, to be the very first capital city in the world to be carbon neutral. So for those of you watching, maybe you're from a car manufacturing company or you're from the automotive industry, perhaps you guys can share why Pure ETCR? How interested are the car manufacturers? How can you get them interested?
Well, the automotive industry is living its major or its biggest change over the last 100 years. So all the manufacturers are now electrifying their vehicles. So it's not a series of the future. It's a series of its time. It's a series of today. So all the manufacturers are interested in electrifying their range of products because they must do it, because it's the way, because that's what people have to do. And so it sounds very logical for a manufacturer to promote their street vehicle on track and through excitement, through action, and through racing. So this is why the Pure ETCR talks a lot to manufacturers, because they know that through our series, they can promote their products. And that's let's say the asset of the touring car category since the last 60 years, I have mentioned before. So there's a real excitement. the electric car sales increased drastically over the last few months. The pandemic helped somehow in that direction because people realized that they had to do things differently. In France, in 2021, if I'm not wrong, it's about 10%, which is huge. 10% of the market or the cars sold which are hybrid or electric. So there's a trend, there's a move, there's a change, and the pure ETCR embodies such change.
Thank you so much, Xavier, and as well as Gauthier from Pure ETCR for sharing so much with us. And for those of you watching, make sure you follow the series. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And now we are very most welcome. We're so very happy to bring to you here at the International Mobility Summit a very special interview with BERTRAND PICARD and the Prince Albert of Monaco. Check it out.
Mobility in the world is about 1/3 of the CO2 emissions. So we need to shift to a clean mobility. Now, how do you shift to a clean mobility? You need to show the example, you need to bring enthusiasm. And if you have racing cars that are electric, it clearly shows the trend to follow.
20 years now, we have an electric vehicle show in Monaco, and so we've been promoting the idea of clean mobility, especially in cities. We have now over 7% of the total vehicle that is electric, but we hope to reach 10% very, very soon.
For a long time, the ecologists have shown a very dull and boring world. A world with less mobility, less consumption, less comfort, less growth, well, everything less. And that was not attractive. And for 50 years, the ecologists did not have so much success. Now I think the disruption is to show ecology under the angle of something that is bringing enthusiasm, brings passion, brings performance, brings profitability. And when you see the new championship with ETCR, it's exactly this. You do better with electric cars. You bring a new way to race. The ETCR is made with a touring car that can be bought on the market, and everybody can feel now that he's a pioneer. And this I like. You know, in 20 years, all the cars will be electric. But now it's only the pioneers who are driving electric cars.
Of course, the aim is to reach our targets of carbon gas emissions. We have those targets that we announced many years ago of 55% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 and to be carbon neutral by the year 2050. Every effort that we can do in that area, we will be, of course, successful in that quest.
So very much there for Mr. BERTRAND PICARD and indeed the Prince Albert of Monaco. Moving on now, next in our agenda, we are bringing to you a micromobility company some of you might be familiar with, Bird. They are one of the world's leading e-scooter providers. And I am now joined by their Director for Policy Research and Economics to discuss the societal and economic impacts that e-scooter bring to towns and cities, as well as learnings from across the globe. Please welcome Dr. Lawrence Wilson-Sampson, Director of Policy Research and Economics at Bird. Dr. Lawrence? Dr. Lawrence?
Thank you, June. Sorry, Hannah, apologies for that. And thank you, everyone. I'd just like to thank the organizers for having us today. And yeah, it's great to be joining Electronomus. So as you mentioned, I'm joining from Bird, the world's largest shared micro EV provider. And I'm here to talk about some of the things that we've learned over the last 4 years since we first launched vehicles in Los Angeles in August 2017. and it really has come a long way since then. So firstly, what is our mission? Our aim is to make cities more livable by reducing car usage, traffic, and carbon emissions. So really is advancing those goals of clean transportation to make our cities more livable and our environment more sustainable. And that's really, what gets us up every morning. What I'm going to talk about today is firstly some of the things we've learned about how our technology has been transformed and how we've continued to innovate since 2017, and in ways that make the service better for cities and for riders. I'm going to talk about some of the fact that we're a small electric vehicle provider. We fit into a broader transportation ecosystem. We fit into city transportation networks, and that means that we need local partnerships to really leverage that modal shift that is needed for the transformative change in transportation that the world needs today. And finally, I'm going to talk about some of the things we've learned and some of the research that we're doing around understanding impacts and opportunities, both for the developing the service and for learning more about how what the next 5 years will bring in micromobility. So firstly, a little bit of stage setting. I think we've all seen the enormous growth that's been in the sector since 2017, especially, but even before that, with shared bikes, but now shared bikes and shared scooters. And but despite this enormous growth, we think we're still at early stages. There's still an enormous number of trips out there that are addressable by small electric vehicles. There are 8 billion trips taken globally each year, and a large number of those trips in our cities are short distances. I think half of those are under 5 kilometers in distance. So all of those trips, a large share of those trips are addressable by small electric vehicles. And that's the opportunity that excites us, and the opportunity that faces the world in terms of decarbonizing the transportation sector. What about Bird? How have we grown over the last 5 years, last 4 years? So today we're in more than 300 cities across more than 30 countries, and we always work with our city partners to really bring a service that's tailored to each of those local communities. We have continued to invest in research and development and in improving the vehicle to make it better suited to the needs of cities, and to make sure that we're minimizing any potential negative externalities associated with the service, and really making it something that's complementary to existing transportation systems, and expands the capabilities of public transit and other existing transportation. So on the slide, we see how the vehicle has evolved since 2018, when we introduced the first proprietary designed Bird scooter. So that was the Bird Zero. And then today, obviously a number of the Bird Zeros, thousands of the Bird Zeros are still available today. But we've also continued to invest in improving the vehicle design with a large vehicle team that comes from the automotive industry. And now today we have the Bird 3, and most recently, earlier in the year, we introduced our shared Bird bike. Today I'm talking about the shared service. We obviously also have a retail team that does personally owned scooters and personally owned e-bikes that are slightly different designs, but sort of leveraging the learnings that we've had from the investment in understanding the right vehicles for the shared use case. But really, there's been this constant innovation and evolution of the vehicle to be more rugged, to be longer lived, to have larger batteries, and to be smarter. That the vehicle design cycle here is much quicker than, say, in the traditional automotive industry, because we're dealing with a smaller vehicle, and so we're dealing with shorter design cycles, and that lets us really continue to evolve the industry. So that's a little bit about Bird and background. And I'm going to talk now about some of the more specific, maybe more interesting technology investments and innovations that we've made to the service to make it really a service that works for cities and riders. Talking about 4 topics. The first is rider assist technology. The second is how we better enforce parking to make sure that riders are parking in a way that's not impinging on other road users. We're talking about footpath riding and how our steps to try and reduce the incidence of that, and around vehicle speed controls, so to make sure that the vehicle is going at the right speeds in the right parts of the city. It's what's called geofencing technology. So in terms of rider assist technology, these are some examples of some of the changes we've made to make sure that the service is both safe for riders, but also safe for other road users. Because we know that for any new technology, we know there's a higher burden to meet to really prove itself in the transportation system. So some of the innovations we've made include I think we're the only provider to have this autonomous emergency braking, so that if there's to make sure that the rider is always safe. We have innovated in terms of things like beginner mode, which is a reduced acceleration profile for new riders, and a speed control for new riders. We have things like skid detection to alert us when the rider is using the vehicle irresponsibly, and so that we can nudge that rider to improve their behavior. And we have things like in-app quizzes and onboarding tutorials and things like that leverage the software layer to a shared service, so that we can really educate riders on how they can be responsible users of our microelectric vehicles. Obviously, one of the things that's encouraging about shared scooters and shared electric bikes is that it brings a whole lot of new people to two wheels for the first time. People who haven't necessarily ridden on, experienced the road on two wheels, and that that means that we have a responsibility to help those riders quickly accustom themselves to being a different type of road user. And so we're obviously doing a lot of work, and the service has evolved on that dimension over the last 4 years as well. In terms of enforcing proper parking, how do we, what is some of the approaches that we use? Well, one of them is to leverage the rider's camera, and to better triangulate location using augmented reality type solution, where we can triangulate off the rider's phone and the vehicle's GPS to better, more precisely locate whether the rider is parked appropriately or not. And that's an illustration of this solution that we have available in many cities around the world. What about footpath riding? Our approach here is to really try and improve the vehicle location technology. Obviously, cities have a problem with urban canyons where certain satellites are obscured from the vehicle GPS. Our approach here is to develop our own proprietary microchip that leverages various sensors on the vehicle, and that we can deploy at scale to more precisely locate where the rider is at any point in time. And that lets us do things like enforce footpath riding restrictions, and also help with parking and other, basically all the sort of enforcement that requires precise knowledge of where the vehicle is located in real time. And I think we have a solution today that we're going to be launching at scale soon, that really is robust and scalable. There are other solutions that one might consider, but I think are not as effective, or maybe not as scalable. And this one is one that really balances those requirements. The other element that to talk about here is geofencing technology. So that's our proprietary vehicle location system. So we have all the requirements of the city in terms of low speed zones or things like that, downloaded and stored on the brain of the vehicle, on the edge, so that the computing that needs to happen once the vehicle knows where it is, it can refer to the rules on the brain, and that prevents lags from the vehicle needing to know where it is in terms of, if the rules are still in the cloud, that would increase the reaction time, and we want to minimize that by storing the geofencing rules on the vehicle edge, on the vehicle itself. So that I think we found has really reduced reduction in latency, has improved some of the enforcement of some of those geofencing rules, speed reduction, and things like that. So that's another technology advancement. I think the next element to talk about was around the fact that we know that the transportation system has many actors. We know we're in a broader ecosystem, and for that reason, I think we're operating under city and state frameworks, and we have to work. Not only are we learning, but our city and state partners are learning as well, and so that needs this iterative process where the rules continue to get refined, where we start with pilot frameworks and expand those over time, and that's something that's obviously important, that those partnerships. The other important aspect here is we know that the backbone of most city transportation systems is the public transportation network, and so we have an added responsibility to make sure that we are locating our vehicles and nudging our riders to leverage the public transportation systems. And so that's a focus of ours as well. And then finally, we think getting people into more active modes, whether that's walking or e-bikes or walking, biking, e-bikes or e-scooters. We think that experiencing the world on two wheels is good for stimulating local business and gets people to experience their cities in ways that they otherwise might not have if they were just riding in a motor vehicle. And so that's another leg of important partnership for us, is that are we being an actor that helps local businesses, and that's obviously a focus for us as well. So in terms of some of the partnerships that we have been exploring to encourage alternatives to the internal combustion engine, these are varied, and I think sort of they're varied for good reasons. We want to learn what sorts of tools can encourage riders to shift their mode. So now, all that is to say, I think we all understand that the best way to encourage mode shift is through city infrastructure. We know that if we want to get people onto two wheels, the best way to do that is to slow motor vehicle speeds in the city, to reclaim space from parking for private motor vehicles, to invest in protected bike lanes and other supportive infrastructure. So that is to say, we know that before we think about mobility as a service or things like that, really, if a city wants to encourage mode shift, there's no better way to do that than to invest in the infrastructure of the city. So that's the first step. But beyond that, what are some of the other things that the private operators can do in partnership with other companies to nudge riders to maybe think about 2 wheels rather than 4. And so these are some of the things that we've pursued. That these range from our vehicles being available to find on Google Maps, stationing our vehicles at mobility hubs and recharging stations of public transit, in collaboration with public transit operators, to featuring other vehicles in our app, whether that's local city bike services like in Oslo, or private e-moped operators like Zigzag in Florence, being available in the Bird app for rent. And then, in addition, surfacing our vehicles in public transit apps like in RVV Regensburg, or even having our vehicles available as part of a multimodal solution like in Antwerp, where you can book multimodal trips within third-party apps like Skipper and Transit. You can book a bird ride. So these are all sorts of different approaches to sort of mobility as a service, but all of different natures, but all with the same aim of how do we get riders out of 4 wheels and onto 2, and thinking about being shared microelectric vehicle users rather than just a motor vehicle rider. So that's in terms of those sort of partnerships. And then I think the final thing I wanted to talk about was, there's been 4 years of pretty, I wouldn't say, pretty profound changes in the sector. Thinking about when we put 6 vehicles outside WeWork in Los Angeles in August 2017 to where we are today, having done more than 100 million rides and being available in 300 cities and across 30 countries. Sort of taking stock and trying to understand what sorts of impacts that is having, and I think also from the point of view that this is still very early days. There's a large number of companies that are doing all sorts of different things, e-bikes, e-scooters, other electric vehicles, other vehicles we haven't seen yet. All those things that are still to come. Well, what are some of the questions we need to answer? I think that's where some of the sort of what excites me. And so what are the sorts of questions? And these are some of our research partners. Unfortunately, some of the academic publishing cycle is pretty lengthy, so we don't have all these reports ready yet. But some of the work that has been ongoing and that we've been involved in includes things like understanding. I think the basic question is, okay, here's a new transportation mode. What are the impacts on riders and on citizens, also residents, in terms of increased accessibility? That's the first question with any new transportation system. How is it changing how people consume their city, consume the amenities of their city, and also access employment opportunities? That's what we ask. Is this transportation system making the city more productive in terms of getting people allowing people to access more jobs in 15 minutes or 30 minutes commute than they did before, and making a better match of people and employment opportunities, and getting people being able to consume the city in terms of like exploring more local establishments or different types of amenities of the city, being able to get to the park quicker, things like that. That's a first order question. I think the second question after that is, and we have some work going on that dimension. The second question is in terms of local economic benefit. We have some answers on that already. There's been a study out of Emory. I think it's on the next slide, out of Emory University's Kohda School of Business by Dan McCarthy and Kyung-Boon Kim, which looked at this question of, if you add scooters to your transportation mix, is that getting people to spend more at local businesses? And they found the answer was yes. They compared cities, that had introduced scooters with cities that had not. They sort of matched those on some relevant characteristics. They looked at credit card spending and found some additional spending at local businesses of the scooter riders. So then there's the next set of questions. So that's the sort of questions around like economic impact. What's the impact that a new transportation mode is having on the city? I think there's interesting questions then about next questions about rider behavior and experience and safety. I think the question there is, are riders, what is the experience? Is there differential safety profiles for riders over time? Do new riders need additional nudges? Do they need things like acceleration controls? I think there was some early evidence that suggested that that was important to do more to educate new riders and to make the experience safer for them. And so that informed some of our thinking around our beginner mode and reduced safety acceleration profile for new riders. Then there's work around mode choice. So this is a new mode. Do we expect individual behavior to change immediately? No, I don't think we do. I think we expect that change that's going to happen in terms of human behavior and transportation choices, that might take a little time. We've had there's always early adopters, and we've had incredible growth of electric vehicle adoption, micro electric vehicle adoption. But how's that changing over time for individual people? Is it impacting their choices? Is there a delay in terms of when they buy a car or things like that? That's an interesting question that there's active research going on about. We've done some work. I think this is a student at NYU wrote one of her dissertation chapters about our parking nudges, how we steer riders to places we want them to park, and what we can do to better improve parking compliance. And I think that's really interesting research that's been completed, and I think that would be interesting to read. And then there's work around scooter routes and infrastructure design. So we know that scooter riders obviously take different paths, use different parts of the road network than other modes. And I think we have rich GPS tracks data, like we know every route that everyone takes, so we can see where there are potential points of stress on the network, and share that aggregated data with our cities, and hopefully inform infrastructure choices when cities are thinking about where to install bike lanes or where to install supportive parking infrastructure. That sort of data can really be used to invest that capital most efficiently. And I think that's interesting research that's going on. That I think is not necessarily available with private modes always, but is available with shared electric modes. And so it's our responsibility to make sure the cities got that data and is able to use it for better planning, because ultimately that helps us in the end of the day. So I think that is sort of, I think, here's the Emory study that I mentioned. This is this was the finding that they had, that there was, I guess, $921 over 6 months per scooter. If you think about that, that's about $4 a day per scooter. So that's, if the scooter is being used twice or 3 times a day, that's one, then I don't know, 40% of those trips end up at local businesses. That's one extra coffee that's bought per scooter, for example. I mean, it could be anything, but that was the finding they have, just to put some sort of order of magnitude or sense of gut check that number. That's interesting research that's, I think, available for download by so that you can look at. So I think that's all I wanted to cover today, June. I hope that that gives a sense of where the industry is, some of the investments and changes that have been made, and also a lot of the questions that are out there still. That what's the impact this is having, and how can and what are the opportunities out there for understanding better. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Lawrence, for that very insightful presentation. Some of us are wondering here, how exactly do you choose your research questions, and of course, how do you choose your partners as well at BERT?
Yeah, so I think that we've been in the fortunate position where we were the first company, and so a lot of people came to us at the start, and we had to think about and we're excited to work with us, and we were excited to work with them. And I think the only constraint on we want to do more of this work, and the only constraint is really how much time we have to really work on these questions, and that's why we're always looking for partners who can help us, do more of this work.
Right. So, of course, you're a leading e-scooter company in the world right now. How do you have your own company vision, company mission? How do you ensure that your services are also advancing city sustainability goals? How do you, marry the two together?
Right. Yeah. So I think that's yeah. So I think that is obviously, ultimately what motivates us is, we want to be a clean transportation provider. And we know that means that there's a few legs there, right? So if we think about the scooter life cycle, or if we think about the life cycle emissions associated with a vehicle, there's I think the most important one really is still at the manufacturing stage. So if the life cycle emissions are total miles, total emissions divided by the total miles served by the vehicle, the denominator there, the total miles served by the vehicle is still the most important thing. And I think that's why we've made the continual investments in durability of the vehicle, and also things like making sure that the vehicle is unstealable, and to make sure that the vehicle is robust. And I think if you look at a vehicle today compared to where it was in 2018, there's no loose wires or anything like that. The battery is entirely sort of hermetically sealed and IP68 rated, and the vehicle is much more durable. And so with a much longer vehicle lifespan comes a much longer lifetime vehicle miles. And so the overall, since the emissions are largely in the manufacturing stage, the increasing the lifespan really reduces the emissions, because obviously on a sort of there's no tailpipe emissions. So most of the emissions you have to think about are either at the manufacturing stage, and that's where we've made a huge investment. And the other leg to that is obviously the recharging emissions associated with collecting the vehicles and redistributing them. So there's a couple things we do there. Obviously, for charging them, we want to charge with clean energy, and we've purchased renewable energy credits to make sure that that's handled. But then in terms of collecting and redistributing vehicles, one of the things we made sure that the battery is much, much larger, so that the vehicle goes many more miles before it needs a recharge. And then also trying to use zero emission vehicles to collect and redistribute vehicles is another thing that we do.
Right. To close, what do you think are the most important things both operators as well as the cities can do to integrate these new modes into existing transportation systems?
Yeah, and so I think I've tried to put a few of those into the slides, but I think it's also just knowing that this is a new service, and so I think what you really need is open lines of communication with the cities. I would say that maybe at the start in 2017, we weren't always that collaborative with cities, but I think now, certainly over the last 3 years, we really ensure that we're in constant dialogue, that the program's set up, that there's weekly check-ins or things like that. And we've also found that there's no real sort of there's no city that's too small for shared electric vehicles. We're in 300 cities. 200 of those are small cities. I mean, or a large number of those are small cities. I don't know the exact number, but there's a large number of. So we serve cities of all sizes, from 10,000 people to New York City. So there's no one size fits all model for all those types of cities. So there needs to be that constant iteration with the city on program design and things like that, to make sure that really you're designing a program that's right for that city.
Right. Thank you so much for those insights to Dr. Lawrence Wilson-Sampson, Director of Policy Research and Economics at BERT. Thank you for joining us here at the International Mobility Summit. Thank you. All right, so we are moving into the last session of the International Mobility Summit 2021, brought to you proudly by Electronomus. So don't go anywhere. We will be taking a very short break. When we return, the last session of our summit coming up.
We're always moving. Further. Forward. Together. We're clearing the path for a car-free tomorrow. It's our turn to take the lead, to take a stand, to not just move, but to create a movement. We have a chance to make change. Take it. Don't give an inch, take a mile, and spark a revolution against pollution. Because if there's a chance to make it, having some fun along the way, wouldn't you take it? Take action. Take it on. Take a tear. We're always moving. Further. Forward. Together. We're clearing the path for a car-free tomorrow. It's our turn to take the lead, to take a stand, to not just move, but to create a movement. We have a chance to make change. Take it. Don't give an inch, take a mile, and spark a revolution against pollution. Because if there's a chance to make it, having some fun along the way, wouldn't you take it? Take action. Take it on. Take a tear.
Welcome back. To close, we give a huge shout out to our host city, Copenhagen. Copenhagen did not become one of the leading cycling cities in the world overnight. It is the result of political cooperation, stamina through generations, and also courage. The development and foundation of the strong cycling culture here in Copenhagen through political visions and public funding is really apparent here in the city of Copenhagen. So to discuss doing it the Danish way, why we cycle every day here in Copenhagen, I am so delighted to be joined by Claus von Damme in the studio, CEO of Danish Cyclist Federation and former technical and environmental mayor of Copenhagen. Welcome to the studio.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me.
Pleasure is ours.
You have the cycling at the very end, but as you know from moving around in Copenhagen, the bike is kind of on the high level of mobility. It's a completely central part of our mobility system in the city. But let me run you through about 15 minutes of why we cycle in Copenhagen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Over to you.
Thank you very much. Cool. There we go. First of all, it is not like this yet, but we are approaching. It's a bit cold autumn day in Copenhagen, and you of course have to dress properly to jump up on your bike. As it was mentioned before, I have a political background, having been a member of the City Council for almost 10 years, and I'm now the CEO of the Danish Cyclist Federation, and who also runs the Cycling Embassy of Denmark. Cycling is nothing new in Copenhagen or in Denmark. We have a strong historic tradition of cycling, and if you go back 50, 60, 70 years, you would see a city that was completely overwhelmed with cyclists, and there are many reasons to that. The flatness of the city, the climate here, and also because traditionally cars have been very, very expensive in Denmark. But the last 20 years we have invested heavily in more segregated bicycle infrastructure, and we have made several campaigns like the I Bike Copenhagen campaign, which many of you probably are aware of. We stole it from the city of New York, but I Bike Copenhagen is of course also to communicate to the citizens that we really think that the people who cycle in our cities, they are great citizens who contribute to a lot in our city when it comes to reducing congestion, when it comes to reducing CO2 emission, but most importantly, who contribute to creating that special human feel that there is in our city, even though it is a capital city. You may actually even come across their Royal Highnesses, the Crown Prince couple, when you bike around town, because they are avid everyday cyclists also. And it's also a very good signal that there's no social stigma in cycling. Cycling is for everybody, the royals, business people, sports people, teachers, nurses, everybody can be up there, young, old, tall, small. There's space for everyone out there on the bicycle infrastructure. If you ask the Copenhageners why they cycle, you don't get an answer that it's necessarily because of the CO2 emission. No, it is because it is easy and it's fast. And it's important to understand these two things if you want to be a productive and efficient city, and if you want to kind of create a good environment for that, it is a very obvious reason to invest in good bicycle infrastructure if you want to do that. And we do have good bicycle infrastructure. Many of you knows this one, the bicycle snake, designed by very good Danish architects, or the absolutely design-wise gem, the circle bridge designed by Danish Icelandic artist Olafur Eliasson. And I really like the idea of creating these urban spaces who have a strong design, a strong aesthetic and artistic tone, which are only accessible if you walk or if you use your bike. So if you pass it in your car and think, oh, what a nice urban space over there, well, you have to jump up on your bike to see it. Even though we are lagging long behind the Dutch when it comes to bicycle parking, I do also believe that we have some good examples of it. This is designed by Danish architectural company Cohda, who made these kind of bicycle seas right in front of one of the train stations. But most importantly, we have over generations, we've had a very thorough layout of very well-connected, segregated, curbed bicycle infrastructure, of course taking into consideration where the accidents happen, so we make sure that we create a comfortable feeling of cycling all over the city, but of course also making sure that there is bicycle infrastructure along all major roads, so you can always, as a car driver, you always see there is an alternative if you're stuck in a car queue. You may even come across some of the commercial services that you also see in the city. This is the locksmith who uses his bicycle, or this lady here who has an undertaking company that actually runs very, very good. But these are just examples like this here to show how important it is to remember innovation in this. The Copenhagen footrest that you see down in the corner is a good example of that. It may seem ridiculous, but it's actually an extremely nice feeling if you arrive at a red light and you can suddenly rest there, or the green wave, that if you bike 20 kilometers per hour on a lot of bicycle infrastructure in Copenhagen, well, you actually pass through all the green lights. But it's just good examples of making sure that you are innovative when it comes to introducing more everyday cycling in your city. The possibility to take your bike for free on the S-trains. The S-trains is the regional train system that runs in a radius of around 45 kilometers of Copenhagen. But about 10 years ago, they introduced the possibility to take your bike free on the train, and that increased the number of passengers with 9%. And it really shows that public transport and bicycles, well, they are very, very close lovers, if you can put it that way. But you can really see here how the numbers change over the years. If you see a development from 2008 to 2018, for example, when it comes to satisfaction or the feeling of safety or the number of injured cyclists on the bicycle infrastructure. The point with this is that it's an extremely good political tool if you measure, if you count, and if you report your findings. Because it is, of course, difficult for anybody who should oppose this. It is, of course, difficult to oppose that there is a visible, significant development over a 10-year period. And of course, you can also communicate your findings in a different way. For example, that you have to cycle 143 times around the world before actually a serious accident does happen. So we have managed through public demand, through political visions, and of course also through public investments, we have managed to actually create an extremely safe cycling environment. Today, the goal of the city is to create a city that is alive and has an edge and is a responsible city. And in just 4 years' time, we have a goal that 75% of all trips in the city will be taken on foot, by bike, or by public transport. And we are almost there. We are at 69% today. And it is extremely important to focus on which kind of city we leave to future generations. I love asking kids about what they think about mobility, and it's quite funny here. When I ride my bike, I get to ride to new places quickly. Well, she is of course extremely right. Cycling helps you to wake up on sleepy mornings. We know that when we are physically active, we are actually more productive and more efficient. That goes for children in school also. I would rather go by bike than by car to avoid traffic jams. Well, who wouldn't do that? Our societies waste enormous amounts of resources in people being stuck in traffic jams. I love to ride my bike. It is so hyggeligt. Hyggeligt is a completely untranslatable Danish word, but it goes along kind of cozy. It creates really a nice feeling where we have eye contact with each other and where we can have, small chats and have a good time together. And my own favorite here, I love to ride my bike. I have no idea why. Remember that investing in bicycle infrastructure is an extremely good investment. These are numbers from the Danish Ministry for Transport. They're actually almost 10 years old. And the numbers even higher today with new numbers also from the Traffic Ministry. But it says that we save almost €1 per every single kilometer we exchange the car with the bicycle. And that is of course because of the health effect and the prolonged lifetime. And this is the present Danish Minister for Transport, Mr. Benny Engelbrecht. Bicycles can't save the world, but it is damn close. And that is of course very true because we know in these years that the world, every city all over the world are facing three major problems. The climate, CO2 emission, congestion, the inefficiency that comes with congestion, and the obesity or the lifestyle epidemic. It is maybe taking the mouth a bit too full by saying that the bicycle is the answer to all three of them, but it is definitely a part of it. So just to round off, I think what is important for everyone as a citizen, a policymaker, but also business life, it is to contribute on how do we create a new generation of mobilists, cyclists, who understands that traveling from A to B in the future is a combination of different modes of transport. How do we make sure that we have the needed public investments to create bicycle-friendly infrastructure? Infrastructure costs money. That goes for bicycle infrastructure also. Have patience. I mean, you cannot do this overnight. It does take some time. Dare to be aesthetic and develop good design plans. Integrate cycling and walking, and I believe that this point is very important for this conference also. Integrate cycling and walking in the development of new technologies, intelligent traffic services, autonomous vehicles, light electric vehicles like the scooters and so forth. But make sure that cycling and walking is an integrated part of this discussion. And sorry about the spelling mistake here, but please be innovative and create policies and visions that can survive change of political leadership. And do report. That's one of the things that we learned from Danish urbanist Gehl, who really learned us the lesson of counting, and then you can actually see the changes. And then of course engage civil society, business life, and include a wide political spectrum. And then understand that active mobility like cycling and walking, it is about climate change, it's about public health, it's about efficiency, it's about urban life. But for me personally, it's mostly about freedom. And of course, as a tax-paying citizens, it's also damn good value for money. Please check out cyclingsolutions.info, where you have a lot of best practice information from the everyday cycling world of Denmark, brought to you by the Cycling Embassy of Denmark. And do also follow the Cycling Embassy of Denmark if you want good insights on what goes on here. So thank you very much for your attention here. I'm looking forward to the discussions that we are going to have now. And finally, as we say in Denmark, pedal power, yes please.
Yes, please. Thank you so much, Klaus, for that very thorough, in-depth presentation. So you have explained many grounds, you've covered many grounds, but let's bring in 2 more guests to have a discussion on doing it the Danish way, why you cycle in Copenhagen and indeed in Denmark. So I am very happy to welcome to the show Pablo Chellis, founder of Chellis Consult, former head of bicycle program of the city of Aarhus, and Sissel Birkhøle, head of secretariat, cycles superhighways, capital region of Copenhagen. So I believe all 3 of you know each other very well. So let me just kickstart the conversation by asking you, Klaus, because as you showed, Copenhagen 100% on the right track, to achieving the climate goals, as well as, to achieve the target of 75%, you said, walking, cycling, as well as taking public transport for commuting. How do other cities that aspire to be like Copenhagen do that? What are you doing right?
I can say this without being personal, in the sense that I've actually never worked with Pablo nor Sissel. But it's important to understand that Sissel is today a civil servant in the greater Copenhagen area. Pablo used to be a civil servant in the city of Aarhus. He's a private consultant today. But it is super important that we have dedicated civil servants who come up with good solutions, with, of course, all the credibility that a public system have, who, we have a saying in Danish, they dress their politicians properly. As a politician, you're used to kind of be out there in the front line, you take all the battles and you take the fights, but you really need the help from people like Pablo and Sissel. So if there's any politicians out there who are kind of eager to engage in this agenda, have a close look into your administration. Where can you identify someone who's really on this agenda like Sissel and Pablo are?
That's very interesting.
And I've never been their boss, I have to say.
Okay, good to know. So Sissel, perhaps you would like to add on that, as Klaus has given you an introduction. You are a public servant now. So with your role, in your personal opinion, how do other cities achieve what Copenhagen has done and is going to continue to do? Oh, you're muted, Sissel. Sorry.
We can't liberate.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
Good. Okay. So I and Klaus has never been my boss, so I can actually give this compliment back because it also takes the political will. So what started the collaboration that I'm ahead of right now actually started with a mayor in Copenhagen, and back then that was actually Klaus, who set a goal that he wanted more people on bikes and people commuting on bikes. And so the problem was not so much the Copenhageners within the city working and living within the city borders. It was the people crossing the municipal border, and that needs to take political action to get all the municipalities to work together. So, I mean, you're talking about one city that should change things, but many of the biggest problems with car traffic, for example, is because of the long distance commuting. And if you don't work together with the surrounding cities, you won't change much. So it also the political will to collaborate that really helps things forward.
Interesting and fair point. Thank you, Sissel. Pablo, you are, of course, from Chellis Consult. You're the former head of bicycle program. Let's talk about infrastructure, okay? How do you provide a safe and attractive cycling infrastructure? Because that is the main driver of why people actually cycle.
Yeah, well, that takes courage, I would say, because you usually need to take space from the cars to build safe infrastructure. And one of the head things about making safe infrastructure is to having a low speed of traffic in the cities, for example. And this is one of the main obstacles, because as a bike rider, you ride 20 kilometers per hour in average. And then you have the cars riding 40, 50 kilometers per hour. So either you need to mix the traffic, securing a low speed, or otherwise you have to make segregated bicycle paths away from the cars. And this is very difficult politically, taking away car space, parking spaces. and it takes also a lot of money. So that's the main obstacles to achieve this safe infrastructure.
Coming back to your point, how low does the speed limit need to go? Because in most cities, for example, in Germany, I think in inner city, it's only 50 kilometers an hour max, but most areas, just 30. So how low are you talking about here?
Ideally, 20 kilometers per hour would be the main goal, I would say.
Interesting.
30 can do, yeah.
Klaus, you would like to add to that?
Yeah, because I think I totally agree with Pablo that it is about speed, but it's also about the number of cars that we bring into the inner city areas. And I think it's important to say that an inner city in a modern context is not the European concept of the medieval city. I mean, it is also including all the inner city areas that we built around the turn of the last century, the industrialization. Mm-hmm. So we really have to limit the number of cars there. And of course, Cecil is completely right. It's about bringing in the traffic from the suburbs.
Yeah.
It is about connecting the bicycle transport to public transport, the car traffic coming in on the highway, leaving their cars outside the city, switching to other modes of transportation. And I mean, and I think that is where, of course, the bicycle comes in, public transport comes in. But car sharing also is a part of that. Mm-hmm. The whole idea of if you live in the city that you should have your own personal private car is kind of old-fashioned, and I think especially to younger people.
Right.
And I have to admit also, I mean, scooters can also be a part of that solution. I will not stand here and say that scooters should be banned from the city, but they live a difficult life in Copenhagen because most Copenhageners, they do have their own bike.
Right, I understand. Okay, coming back to the proactive steps that cities can do to limit the amount of cars in the inner cities, like you mentioned, Klaus. What are the steps? For example, in Singapore, the prices of cars are so extremely high. The taxes are extremely high. Is the city looking, not the city, but the country at large, looking into these steps or promote the other micromobility options or other options in this ecosystem? Which one is it going to be?
I think it is the most important thing is to have a very, very, very broad look on the solutions. I think it's very important to look to other countries what they are doing. Yeah. We have in the Cyclist Federation is one of the founding members of European Cyclist Federation, where Cecil is actually on the board. Mm-hmm. in her private life. But they are, I think, very good in monitoring what does different European cities do. And we especially see that after the pandemic, right, or during the pandemic, a lot of cities actually started to think, how can we make pop-up bike lanes? How can we actually make transportation in a different way? And I think maybe Cecil can also elaborate over that, but I think it is about keeping the heat under that discussion. We should not just go back to how it used to be.
Right. So, Cecil, maybe you can expand on that and also tell us what effects do you see when making the cycle super highways?
Well, yeah, I think it's a mix of using both the carrot and the whip. So they've been talking about limiting car traffic, calming car traffic. What we have done with the cycle superhighways is very much the carrot effort. So we've been building new bike infrastructure, and the facts as we see them is that there has been an average increase of bike traffic of 23%. So it actually works. And I think another thing to highlight is also the willingness to bike far distances, because it's very much a common idea that cycling is, first of all, only for kids. And then second of all, people will never go further than 2 or 3 kilometers, but it's simply just not right. On the cycle superhighways, we see that the average distance that people bike to and from work, so adult people, is 11 kilometers each way. So that actually covers an enormous amount of people. More than 55% in the capital region has less than 10 kilometers to work. So we have a much bigger potential to engage in.
So are people really willing? Is there a willingness for people to cycle more than 5 to 10 kilometers? Cecil.
Well, as I said, yeah, we can see on the cycle superhighways that people on an average bike these 11 kilometers each way. So there is a willingness, but it's also I think important to understand what there's a differentiation between people doing the short distances and people doing the long distances.
What's the difference?
So the short distances within the city, you most often we see that people do it because it's the fastest way to get around, the easiest. When people do the longer distances, their main motivation is actually health. Because it's really hard with a tight schedule of a day where you have to go back and go out with the dog and get your kids some food and all the things that you have to do after work. Where do you put that fitness center or that run or something that will keep yourself healthy into that? Where do you fit that into the schedule? If you convert the wasted time in traffic into an investment time in your own health, you kind of did two things in one action. And that's why they find themselves very time efficient by taking these long distances on bikes. And I think that's also, both for planners, but also for politicians, important to realize that a longer travel distance can actually feel time efficient for people if they use it efficiently.
Right. So, Cecil, just to expand on that, because I want to, broaden our topic here. Do you think cycle superhighway is only a planning phenomenon in Denmark, or do you see similar projects in other parts of the world? And after this, I think, Pablo, you can come in.
Yeah. Okay. I see it spreading all over. I mean, within the last decade, cycle highways has become a new phenomenon all over, especially Europe, but also the rest of the world, but especially Europe. You see it from Finland to Spain. It's happening all over the place. And I think it would be very smart to maybe organize a bit more. So when we talk about highways, we're very much agreeing on what the standard is, what it looks like. When we make a simple, we agree on how it looks like. When it comes to cycle infrastructure, it's still very scattered and not so organized. And I think we could really help each other there by having planners and politicians, knowledge sharing a lot more here.
Right. So infrastructure is important. We touch on that. But Pablo, what other things besides infrastructure are really important to promote this cycling culture in other areas or other places where cycling is not really a part of the culture of the city, like Copenhagen?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of things, I think, and coming back to the super cycle highways, I think a real game changer is the e-bike, because suddenly 10-kilometer tour, it just feels like taking your car to work. So I think that's pretty interesting to work with. But also you need, well, you always say Denmark is a cycling country, and well, Copenhagen is, but if you look at the rest of the cities in Denmark, I think we have the same problems as in other cities in Europe. We don't have the same amount of cyclists. We have cars really everywhere. So we're trying to follow the example of Copenhagen, really to transform the cities. And one of the things is, of course, the political will to do something, but another important thing is to have a strong NGO, like the Bicycle Federation we have in Denmark. They've been struggling with this since the year 1905, so more than 100 years they've been working with this, and all the results have come from this, from the NGO. So I think it's pretty important to have some strong NGOs in the cities, in the countries, and to have this collaboration on knowledge, what do you call this, exchange between the cities, and also accommodating that it's not only about building the bicycle paths, you also need to have shower facilities at your workplace, you need to have infrastructure that covers your daily assignments, delivering the kids to school, the ability to change your clothes when you get to work. So there's a lot of factors that you need to work with. And I think we're still apprentices in Denmark, in other cities than Copenhagen. So please follow our example. We are also just elevating now.
Good point. And when you touched upon e-bikes, Pablo, Klaus, you agree. And let's look specific to the city of Copenhagen. How has the implementation of e-bikes helped perhaps older people or people that don't usually cycle get into cycling?
Well, first of all, we see, I think it's very important to take old people out of the equation when it comes to e-bike. E-bikes are for everyone.
I agree.
Yeah, it's not kind of there was a tendency to kind of say, oh, the e-bike is kind of a granny bike. It can be wonderful for granny, but it can also be a wonderful mode of transportation for the granddaughter, if I can put it that way.
Yeah.
But I have 2 e-bikes.
Okay.
To be honest, I don't feel in the city that they make a big difference. They don't make a huge difference.
Because it's flat, or?
It's flat, and you often have to stop for red lights and so on, and you have to have been in Copenhagen to understand the massive amount of cyclists that there are. So I prefer to kind of throw myself into the flow and just go with the flow.
Right.
So I don't use the maximum speed of the e-bike, but I do that if I bike on longer stretches like supercycle highways that Sissel is mentioning. And I really believe that it is the missing link in this development. There was a thing that Pablo did not touch about, but that's of course the question of hilly cities.
Yeah.
If you're extremely fit, that's not a problem. If
like
you're
Lisbon?
not, like Lisbon, for example, Pablo and I actually together cycled in Lisbon some weeks ago, and they have a way to go, to be honest.
Right.
But they have a political will, though, to do something. But of course, the city of Aarhus, where Pablo lives, that I visited yesterday, is also a hilly city. A lot of Danish cities are quite hilly. What I also like about the e-bike is that, summer cycling is wonderful in Denmark. It's never too hot, the sun is there, there's a mild wind, we're a sea country, all these kind of things. Autumn and winter can be quite tough here. Windy, freezing cold, snow, rain. And I have to say, at least in my age, I'm 57, the e-bike is a wonderful help on those days.
Yeah.
So I think, I actually think it's a good idea to have several bikes so you can kind of change.
Right.
A little bit like you have several shoes, but you have several bikes so you can change to what kind of suits your need. That can be a cargo bike the other day. But I do believe that technically we have seen the last 10 years an enormous development in e-bikes, and we will see the same development for the next 10 years. Much lighter batteries, cheaper batteries, better charging systems, all these kind of things.
Cecil, you'd like to add to that?
Right. I just wanted to say that what Klaus is saying, I could back that up with facts, because we survey, we monitor the cycle superhighways also before we build them. So when we get the money to actually build them, we make a monitoring or assessment before we even start. And we have done now 3 cycle superhighways where we monitored the difference between how many people cycling on the cycle superhighways already, how many of them are on e-bikes. And I think we're actually watching history right now, because for 3 years ago, we did it for the first time, and 11% of the people on that stretch was on an e-bike. Then 2 years after, we look at 2 new stretches, and one of them was 15% was on e-bikes, and the next one was 22% were on an e-bike. So basically, I think we're watching a phenomenon here. More and more people get e-bikes, and it's not only a granny bike anymore, it's an efficient mode of transport.
I just got to say that I never saw it as a granny bike because I come from a place where my city has no cycling culture, also because of problems with infrastructure, but that's a conversation for another day. So without cycling, and I'm a relatively young person, but jumping on a normal bike with no e-bike but normal bike was a big problem for me over here when I tried it out in Copenhagen. So I would see e-bikes as sort of like a bridge in between somebody who doesn't come from a place with a cycling culture. You can easily get on a bike and it will help you, it's effortless, or other micro-mobility options. But yes?
Yeah, no, but I think it's important to understand that just jumping on a bike, you need to know what it does.
Yeah, of course.
That you suddenly, instead of walking, you are suddenly on wheels.
Yes.
And that is why we normally in Denmark say it always starts with the children. And we see it as a big parental job to kind of teach your kids how to be, we call it cycle safe and traffic safe. And it's not something that we can leave to kindergartens and school. They can participate in it, but it's like learning your kids to eat with knife and fork, for example. It's a bit like that. You need to kind of do that. And I think it's important to understand that it's not just about buying a bike and then start biking. It's not about buying an e-bike, because an e-bike is
expensive.
Expensive,
for the moment,
but it's also
yeah.
a powerful instrument.
Yeah.
So I mean, I always advise people who are from non-cycling cultures, do get aware of the tool that you kind of sit on before you kind of throw yourself into hardcore traffic.
Yes, safety is very important, and I just wanted to clarify, it's not that I do not know how to cycle, because I did learn it when I was younger, but again, due to the infrastructure, it just wasn't that safe for us to commute around, and that is just another issue. But yes, e-bike for me was easy to sort of bridge between, okay, now I'm not used to cycling, let me get on an e-bike, I know how to cycle, and after a while I can also use a non-e-bike to get around, and I'm comfortable with that.
Good.
And also because Cecil, you shared that the average commute is 10, 11 kilometers.
11 kilometers,
11 kilometers with e-bike, that feels like nothing.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. I mean, and you expand the radius, I mean, at least up to 20 kilometers, where it's not an issue. But you need to have the right infrastructure. You also need to be aware that when we mix, and we have a tendency to that in Denmark, that we have put all light electric vehicles together with the bikes on the bicycle infrastructure. So we have scooters, electric skateboards, mono wheels, e-bikes, cargo bikes. We have a lot of cargo bikes in Copenhagen. And I think that is the next challenge that we're going to face. I mean, that we've kind of made the bicycle infrastructure into the dustbin of mobility instead of redesigning our cities like we did when the car was introduced. We also redesigned our cities, and it's important to remember that we just have to redesign them again, because we have to move towards a much more sustainable, more efficient mobility pattern in our cities. And I'm sorry to say that is not the private individual car. It is not.
It is not.
No.
All right. Okay. Fair point. Pablo, let's expand a little bit on how to provide a safe and attractive cycling infrastructure for cyclists. I know there are many existing safe infrastructures already in place when it comes to Denmark, but what are the proactive steps that needs to be taken?
Well, I think a lot of cities use paint to build the cycling infrastructure, and for a start, for a beginning, I think it's okay, because you take the space from the cars with the paint. But after that, you really need to start segregating the bicycles from the cars with curbed bicycle paths, as the Copenhagen style way to do it, because it's really the only way to make a safe infrastructure. And then, of course, where you have to mix different traffic, you need to lower the speed. Paris is really being proactive with this, 30 kilometers per hour in all the inner city. In Denmark, we're just hopelessly behind this agenda, because at low speeds, maybe you have accidents, but they are never very severe. So I think that's the key element, building segregated bicycle paths and low speeds in the cities.
All right, so we do have a question that just came in from our viewers. And if you guys still want to ask our panel here any questions, there's still a little bit time to do that. Send your questions in the Q&A tab on this Hopin platform. And the question is, for Klaus, how can other cities create a bike culture like Copenhagen? And is it even possible? We're talking about the culture here, right? We're not just talking about the infrastructure. It's from top down or maybe bottom up.
I think I do see, I see a lot of examples. Of course, you have Denmark and the Netherlands as strong cycling cultures, but we see huge developments in Finland. Helsinki, for example, is a good example. I think we see huge developments in a lot of German cities. France have started enormous investment schemes in this.
Yeah.
Spain is doing it. Portugal is kind of on the track. The UK is also on the track. So I do believe that we see a development. I mean, one should not copy Copenhagen or Amsterdam. I mean, one should kind of create their own cycling culture.
Is this going to be created from the top down, from the government level, or are you hoping for more startups to come into the market and they're the ones promoting through, perhaps a cheap ride or a cheap ride share?
I think it's a combination of, I'm glad that Pablo mentioned the civil society organization, but it's kind of building up the right critical mass within the civil society, developing the technical skills amongst the consultants, and of course also having the public authorities opening their eyes of the challenges. One thing that Cecil did not touch is
and it is like that in a lot of European countries, is that cycling culture, cycling infrastructure is seen as a municipal responsibility.
Okay.
And if you want to build super cycle highways covering several municipalities,
Yeah. Maybe even several countries.
But everyone who has worked with public administration knows that getting two municipalities to work together, that is quite a challenge.
Right.
So I think it's also about, as a system, to look on those structure. For example, creating like a super cycle highway secretariat, kind of the different municipalities agreeing, well, we will actually really try our best to work together on this agenda. So for me, it's very much a triangle. The public system, the authorities,
Right.
the political system, consultancy, advisors, and finally civil society. And if those three don't play together and also respect, as I said in one of my slides, I mean, it have patience. A lot of advocates, civil society will say, we want this by tomorrow.
Right.
It does not come tomorrow.
Okay.
It takes, I normally say, it takes a generation.
Okay.
But you can do the change.
Right. Cecile, do you agree? And also, can you share with us, if possible, how has the experience of getting the different municipalities to work on super cycle highway? If you can share.
Well, it's a wonderful and very tiring process. Let me tell you that. Well, it's beautiful what has been able to be done in the capital region of Denmark here, getting 30 municipalities to agree on how we work on cycle superhighways. But I just must say that while I say that we agreeing, is also an everyday struggle to keep on agreeing and to keep on having a steady pace on developing the cycle superhighways and so on. And I mean, if you compared it to the highways, for example, you would never think that it would be up to each municipality whether or not they were supposed to make their share of a highway. Like one municipality, like, no, we're just gonna put gravel stones on our stretch. And the next municipality say, well, I'm going to do a 90-degree turn here. I mean, that would never work, but that is basically the premises of how we work with cycle superhighways. So it's hard work, and I think in other parts of the world, there still is a very more like a regional authority. And I would say that they actually have the ability to maybe move a bit faster than we can. So, the game is up. We would like some competition.
All right, fair point. Yes, Pablo, you wanted to add to that? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just to reflect on the top-down, bottom-up, I think a quick fix would be introducing a city bike scheme in the cities, because with this you can start making the critical mass and demanding the space for cyclists. Lisbon is quite a good example of that, because they have terrible infrastructure for cyclists, but they have a lot of e-bikes actually as city bikes, and this produces a lot of cyclists without having a cycling culture. So that's definitely a way to start it.
Okay, so last word from the three of you, because we are running short of time. You are leaders in your own arena. You are proponents of the cycling culture. What do you hope to see for the future of cycling? Let's start with you, Klaus.
I hope to see that we don't create an urban environment that stands still. Okay. I think the most important thing is to create cities where we are able to commute ourselves around, where we're able to meet each other and we're able to see each other eye to eye. I think that is extremely important. So as my German former colleague said, that we are not organization for cyclists, we are organization for better cities. Okay. I think it is about creating better cities for people.
Fair enough. Cecile?
Well, as a civil servant, I love it for more politicians thinking about cycling as a need to have and not a nice to have, that cycling is not on the last page of the budget or on the last part of the program in a mobility conference, or, that it's actually on the top of the list instead of on the bottom. That would make our job easier.
I just wanted to add to that. We did have a lot of cycling content in our defense. We wanted to end the International Mobility Summit with a bang, on a high. So we did have a lot of cycling content, just to put it out there. Okay. Pablo.
Yeah, well, I think I really hope that the electrical car will not steal the agenda for the next 20 years as the prime solution for the future, because that would really set back the cycling culture, not only in Denmark, but in the rest of the world. So please, the electric car is not the solution. It takes the same space as a normal car.
Interesting point of view. Maybe many in the mobility sector would disagree with you, but there's always room to discuss in a summit like this. So thank you so much, Pablo, Cecil, for dialing in. And of course, thank you so much, Klaus, for taking the time to jump into the studio to spend time with us and really close our International Mobility Summit with a bang. Thank you so very much to all of you, our attendees, for spending 5 days with us here at the International Mobility Summit. So on behalf of Electronomus, we want to extend our sincerest gratitude to each and every one of you for spending time, for engaging with us on this hop-in platform. And of course, also thank you, many thanks there to all of our speakers, our content providers, all of our partners as well, because without which this wouldn't have been possible. So thank you for making this summit a success. We will see you next year, right here in Copenhagen, hopefully, fingers crossed, in person. So we'll see you next year. My name is June Young. It's been such a pleasure.